Virtual Racing School was developed to provide support to the next generation of sim racers. No matter if you're a rookie or veteran or what car or track you'll be racing, our goal is to provide training every step of the way. We found that iRacing can be quite difficult without proper training. There needed to be a way to prepare for on-track racing. With VRS, you can literally learn from the best sim racers in the world, including 4-time NASCAR iRacing World Champion Ray Alfala.
And Ray Alfala is a 4-time champion of the NASCAR Peak Antifreeze iRacing Series.
3-time iRacing Grand Prix World Champion Martin Kroenke.
Martin Kroenke becomes a 3-time world champion.
Rallycross World Champion Mitchell de Jong.
Mitchell de Jong is now champion for the iRacing Rallycross World Championship Series.
And many other top sim racers. Data packs include everything you need to start learning. Our World Championship coaches create the data packs by setting a hot lap or a series of fast laps for you to compare, analyze, and replicate. Data packs also include a tutorial where the coach points out techniques they use to hit the fast lap. This gives you access to the latest driving techniques and setups before you even hit the track. Sign up for a free account and download the VRS telemetry logger. With this application running seamlessly in the background, your laps automatically start syncing to the VRS website. From there, you can analyze and compare 2 laps of your choice, whether it's your data, the coaches, or your teammates. VRS will automatically target improvement opportunities so you can get up to speed even faster. VRS also makes it easy for you to request and schedule one-on-one or group coaching sessions. These sessions can range from 30 to 90 minutes, and you can select the car, track, and setup combination of your choice. Visit virtualracingschool.com today to sign up and get started.
As they say, they're coming back in. This is a scheduled stop for them.
Yeah, it feels like that was quite a short stint, I think.
It does kind of seem like it. Either that or time is just going by because of our amazing banter. But
Right.
yeah, that did seem a bit short.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on them again as normal. See what happens. See what they are doing. How long they're in pit lane for. Yeah, lap 469 now for the leaders. Crossed that 19-hour mark. So yeah, less than 5 hours then to go. Really coming into the final stretch for the guys. You know, they've
Yeah.
just need to keep doing what they're doing.
Just want to remind people that we're going to be switching over to, let's see, what is it, part 6 and the final part of, or actually part 5, I think.
Yes.
Lee, do you happen to have the link for that? Could you
I will
drop that into the chat?
spam it
I know
away.
that Marco is live with that. and we will be switching over to him in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, DSRT's still sat in pit lane as well, so they've been in there a good 8-9 minutes now already. So not looking good for them.
As Marco takes over, we just got a couple little glitches in the timing tower. We'll get that sorted out in just a second.
A great view from the blimp of the classic Spa.
Yeah, that is
So
gorgeous.
as we into hour 19 now of the race. Spa's just always. You were saying Suzuka, Dennis, earlier, and I absolutely agree. I love Suzuka as well, but there's just something about Spa for me. Maybe it's just the fact that it's a bit more local to me as well, or something like that. But yeah,
Yeah,
Spa
no,
just
you're absolutely
evokes
right.
F1, and yeah, it's awesome
And I was
seeing the circuit out there.
I was telling Chan earlier that, and I've heard real life commentators mention this before, is that it's a track where you feel like you're actually going somewhere. You know,
Yeah.
it's not just some circuit that you're dumping in laps. You really feel like, because you really were. In the old days, you were going from little town to town.
Yeah, we can see that Corollis did obviously stay in the car, so he didn't just do like one like strange little short stint and jump out again. So yeah, they've continued on, and yeah, looking like he's hopefully going to get back in the rhythm and continue putting those lap times in that he was kind of somewhere in the high 20s.
Morning, gents.
Good morning, sir.
And we welcome back to the
Morning.
commentary booth Andy Thompson, Marco Barbanera, and Sam Fitzpatrick. We have a huge influx of fresh blood to take over from the graveyard shift that we've had here. Marco Barbanera bookending the broadcast with the start and the end, along with Sam, in fact. So yeah, long time since you guys first started on today's broadcast, and yeah, hour 19 now, guys.
Yeah, I'm just having a look down the timing tower since I last left you, Lee, and there seems to be some big changes on the leaderboard. I see Elysium Racing down in 21st position, so I don't know if you can let us know what happened to them there. It looks like something significant.
Yeah, well, you're right. That's the main one that's shifted from battling for those podium positions to taking some damage and just sitting there under repairs. I mean, that's still what's going on. I've been in pit lane now for 14 minutes, and this is the second stint that I've seen him in. I don't
Yeah.
think we actually know what happened to him. We don't have Elysium on our notes, but yeah, they've certainly fallen away. Otherwise, they're kind of a little bit of the outlier, really. Not a huge amount has kind of happened in terms of kind of the structure of a race the rest of the evening. So yeah, kind of as we were 91 car running in second, a little bit further back from the mission than they were perhaps, and the car 92 just kind of gradually picking their way off. running off pace, scraping into the top 25 now.
Yeah, it's good to see that the Car 92, after all the trials and tribulations that they've had, are keeping on going to the end. So fair play to them guys for sticking it in there for the end, considering how much time they have actually spent in the pits. So yeah, good on them.
Right, and now on to the important subject. Sam Fitzpatrick, you'll be very pleased to know that I've been continuing the quiz throughout the night.
Thanks.
You'll also be pleased to know that just as I represented the management of Apex Racing in a good light with my quiz results, Alex Simpson matched me exactly with 4 points out of 5. So we were pretty happy with that.
That's that's not bad. Very much doing better than the commentators. On most
I mean,
parts,
as
so.
expected, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could maybe quiz Marco later on, as long as he hasn't found out what the scores are, and see if he can maybe get a proper hat trick between the 3 questions. But no, I'm glad that we've kept the excitement up through the broadcast. It sounds highly entertaining.
Absolutely, it's the highlights of the segment. I feel like Marco for sure is going to be the man who could get the magic 5 out of 5. We all know here in the booth Marco's knowledge of motorsport and his lots of time on circuit that he's spent in the past, and I have a feeling that Marco might do very well if he hasn't cheated and heard the answers already.
I would agree with that, yes.
Honestly, guys, all this quiz stuff is news to me because I try to sleep through most of the night. So I have no idea what you're talking about. And makes me very excited.
But I will leave Sam to introduce the quiz at any time that he feels appropriate over the next 4 hours then, and yeah, be good to go.
I just hope there was a bit of integrity there between you and Alex. You know what I mean? I would hate to think that we were searching the web while the questions were being asked.
Would hate to think it, sure.
You could hear the keystrokes whirring in the background, absolutely. Clicking away.
Right,
Well, gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure to work with you guys. Some of you guys are brand new that I have met for the first time tonight. It was cool. And yeah, this is my first foray into commentating. I had a good time. So I appreciate the opportunity.
Awesome. Well, say thank you to both yourself and Wayhan for really getting the short end of the stick with the graveyard shift and covering us through those nighttime hours. So yeah, it's much appreciated. And yeah, go and get some rest slash carry on with your day, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Excellent. We'll talk to you next time.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lee. Thanks, everyone.
Right, I'm gonna hang around myself for just a few more minutes before I depart. But yeah, great to have you guys back with us again, fully rested since your last sessions. We hear that Marco, that certainly was not a problem for you from the sounds of it.
I mean, they also had Formula 3.5 in the meantime, but
Yes.
you know, it's been a pleasant night of. No, I'm sorry. No, I need to be honest. It wasn't pleasant because I kept waking up every like 30 minutes, 1 hour, like, oh no, the broadcast, no! I don't know. Look at the clock.
I know that feeling, Marco. I'm sorry you've experienced that as well. But no, that is an annoyance when your brain just knows that you can't miss your alarm, and yeah. Because we other 92 just getting themselves unlapped by car ahead. Right. In fact, I said I was going to hang on for a few minutes, and let's say a few seconds instead. I'm actually going to leave you gentlemen to it. Yeah, you're going to see out the rest of the broadcast between the 3 of you. So have fun waffling on about nonsense as we've managed to do for a majority of the time, and I will check in with the quiz results with Marco later on.
Thanks, Lee.
Awesome. Thanks, Lee.
Enjoy your sleep.
I think I need to go walk the dog. I'm not sure. I'm not sure going back to bed is on the cards, but we'll see. All right. Cheers, everybody. Bye.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Thank you, Lee. And yeah, wow, we're back to, wouldn't say to the team that we had at the start, but very close to. Did we do already a stint together, all 3 of us? No, we didn't.
No, we haven't.
No?
The dream team's back, they say.
And it was nice during the first 5-6 hours I did yesterday, because every 1 or 2 hours we had a new team, but now we have to deal with the 3 of us for the next 5 and a bit. So, no, 4 and a bit, sorry. So, good luck to everyone, especially those listening. And, yeah, I mean, it reminds me of, as I see the 92 go past No Name Corner, reminds me of my wake-up call in Spa. In 2016, woke up to some rain, of course, from my tent at No Name Corner. After doing the, things you do, brush your teeth, etc. Early in the morning, I moved to the left towards Brussels to watch the cars because it's very, very close. And so, as I said, it was slightly raining. It was all like, grass and mud. And so the first thing I do is I slip and fall on my rear end for like 15 meters down the slope of Brussels. And I had a lovely brown stain of my trousers for the remainder of the trip all the way back to Italy. So that was my Sunday morning wake-up call at Spa in 2016.
Let's hope this Sunday morning was a little bit better than that, Marco.
I mean, coffee and, breakfast, so it was a bit better, I'd say.
Oh, Stam obviously started the race, and you, Marco, started the race. And now you're going to see it to the end, so you get the bookends of the 24 hours. Exciting last quarter, hopefully, in prospect.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's the 2 best bits, isn't it? The first part of the race where everything's going on, and there's lots of overtaking, and then the last part of the race where we get to crown our winner. I did set a high, and I mean, Andy, you know this better than anyone else. I'm sure Marco knows it a bit as well. I did set a remarkable high level of conversation yesterday. I mean, I was really hitting it out of the park. I am quite tired right now. Not because I haven't had enough sleep. I've had plenty of sleep, but just because I only woke up an hour ago, which for me is still very much when I'm usually in bed. So it should take me about the 4 hours and 40 minutes that we've got remaining to really get into the stride of things. So I feel sorry for everyone for the next 4 hours 40 whilst I'm still really waking up, honestly. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm sure you will be fine, so.
Andy, he's not joking. As much as I do, late night broadcasts, Sam doesn't really function properly before like 7 p.m. on a broadcast, no? So, and between 7 p.m. and like midnight his time, something like that. So, last year during during lockdown, we had. Craze of, as the leaders are pitting, by the way, we had a flurry of broadcasts. Some of them were like last second booking, and one night we had a very, very last minute customer come to us, and so we were basically forced to rearrange a couple of commentators here and there, and I needed to commentate on a GT4 race. That was starting at 2 a.m. my time, 1 a.m. Sam's time, and your time. So, and I kid you not, when Sam came into the broadcast booth 10-15 minutes before the start of the race, he sounded, remember those horror movies, the undead people? It took him like the entirety of the broadcast to string a coherent sentence together, more or less.
I do notice that. Obviously, I was just obviously in the waiting room with yourself, Marco, and I was thinking, wow, Sam always leaves this at absolute last minute to come on to the commentating team, and it's just always a lottery to me. Is where's Sam? It always tips up just before he's due to go on air. So I think is that your signature card there, Sam? Is it?
I don't really like the way that this conversation is going. Marco was absolutely right, though. That was, and ever since then, I've really ruled myself out of any of those broadcasts. Not that I wasn't the first person to put my hand up in the first place, honestly, but certainly since then, been much more hesitant. And in terms of my promptness, in terms of how quick I am to arrive, remarkably, Andy, I mean, this will sound a shock to you, I used to be worse. And so really I've gone from maybe turning up, I'd say, on average, 8 minutes before we go live. I reckon before it was about 6 minutes. So to me, it's a real win. And today I had an excuse because, I mean, what 20-year-old actually gets up for 9 o'clock in the morning? I mean, absolutely none of them. So I'm actually patting myself on the back, honestly, today. I was quite pleased with my promptness this morning.
Unfortunately, I'm in the more of the older generation, so I just naturally wake up at ridiculous o'clock in the morning. Hence why I'm on the broadcast now. Wasn't due for another 2 hours, but I was up. I was watching it, and I thought, do you know what? I enjoyed my last in-depth conversation for 4 hours or 3 hours with Sam, and I thought I'd like to do it again.
Yeah, I will point out that potentially you could have joined the other commentary team, but no, you waited till 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock GMT to join myself. So I appreciate the compliment. It's very obvious, and yeah, thanks for popping in. I think it was maybe Alex Simpson, wasn't it, that I was meant to have a chat with over the next 2 hours, I believe, on this one.
It was indeed, mate, but unfortunately I stole his position because I missed you that much that I thought I'd come on and share the good times that we have, as we always seem to commentate together.
Exactly. Yeah, it's and of course tomorrow, Masters will be the season finale, and then we probably won't see each other for the next 6 months, honestly. So really make the most of it whilst it lasts. 4 hours and 30 minutes remaining in this Spa 24-hour race, and some positive news. Because Stefan Wang is now in the car for No Ambitious Motorsports. Stefan's quite slow. He's kind of rooted in the 2-minute 30s from what I've seen. So the 91 car is catching up by 7 seconds per lap. The gap is 3.5 minutes. Now they are on a different pit strategy, I believe. Wang pitting fairly recently, so he may have to do 1 less pit stop. So arguably that gap could increase by another minute potentially once they if one boys do have to pit again. But hey, if we can have a nice hour or so of taking out 7 seconds a lap, then that gap could come down significantly, as that's not taking 7 seconds a lap out, because that is a mistake from Jivko. Come on, guys, we've got 3.5 minutes to catch up. Can't be affording mistakes like that.
Wow, that was almost a perfect early morning commentator's curse from Sam. Good save by Dimitri to keep the car away from the barriers. I see the left side of the car looks a bit, you know, used, but the rest of the car seems to be okay. Steering is straight, which is, I mean, this is the car that got involved in that massive crash coming out of Eau Rouge Raidillon yesterday, and I was sure that was going to be curtains for this car, but no, it's. I have to say, I have to ask you, Sam or Andy. I mean, the number 9. Where did this guy come from? Because they have been. Like in the back end of the top 10, top 15 for the first 6 hours, 5 hours I covered yesterday. And now I see them on top of the standings. How? I mean, what happened? Like, do they have such a massive difference in pace amongst their drivers?
Well, a little bit of an insight there, I think, Marco. So obviously when I was on the broadcast when Sam left us last night, we were watching it, and obviously the 91 car was in the lead, well out in front, and then unfortunately they had a real strange incident coming out of going into turn 11 after Brussels. So they came around Brussels, going down into turn 11, just overtook a lapped car, and then unfortunately it looked like they had a hardware issue. So literally all the acceleration went, and the car was like almost grinding to a halt. And unfortunately, the lapped car behind them hit them really hard in the back of the car, and you know, from looking at it, we thought there was significant damage, and we were like you were saying at the start of the race, thinking, well, that might be the end of the race for them, but they have got some top end speed issues going in, as we see the lap times are around about 126, 123s, where they were doing 120s. So they are losing speed down the Kemmel Straight due to that incident, which was unfortunate. And I think probably that's the comparison to real life racing. Obviously, we don't have the punches, although you can get punches in iRacing, or mechanical failures, but we certainly have hardware failures, and that's certainly what caused that. It looked like from watching it back on stream many times.
That is, yeah, you're absolutely correct. The variables that in real life are caused by mechanical failures, we have them in, with hardware, internet issues. And it's part of the game, quite literally. So, especially in a long race like this, you never want to have them, but I would argue that they add a bit of flavor, to the whole experience. And overcoming these issues is, in and on itself, part of the quote-unquote fun of doing an endurance event. Nothing is lost, of course. For the 91, of course, this previous lap was a bit slower because of that spin they had at no-name corner. And this should be a little bit more representative. Let's see, 23.7, slightly slower than the number 9, but not by much. As you can see there on the top left, lap 477 for the leaders. And it's... of course, now we are a bit far ahead compared to the time in Central Europe, the real life time. It is actually just about noon in Spa-Francorchamps. Why does it still say July the 31st? Should be August the 1st. But it was yesterday. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, but whatever. 35 degrees on the track, I think this is going to be... This was the temperature we had yesterday at race start on the track, 35 degrees Celsius. Let's see if it's going to increase as we go more towards, 1 p.m., etc. Because if my calculations are correct, given that we are in daylight saving, the real noon should be 1 p.m., so in 1 hour's time. And of course, when you get later and later into the race, track gets a little bit more... slippier. You really, don't want to have that. I mean, even just thinking about you've been driving for close to 20 hours. It is grueling even just to think about it, as the car in 6th place has had a off, the marvelous Pink Panther Racing Ferrari.
Great livery, great livery.
Is that a pink livery? It's a bit purple to me.
It looks like magenta to me, but this is a long debate we have had in the past. So.
But no, it's all changed at the top, and Elysium Racing was really quick last night. They had a really fast driver in that was doing like 120s, so they proper slipped down. So they must have had a significant error going into there, because they were right on the tails of One Boy Story, the car 91. And it looks like the competitors, due to the fact that they did have that back end damage, that they've lost top end speed, they were losing time to the cars in 3rd and 4th, but it looks like they've fallen by wayside and being victim of the 24-hour curse on iRacing. So at the moment, the car 91 is, in a good position here, even though it's lost a little bit of top end speed. They're certainly doing the same times as the cars around them, so no real gains, no real losses at the moment. So 91 car definitely on track for a P2 position at the moment, as long as they can keep it clean. And I haven't just commentator cast them, they're doing very well at the moment. And obviously we've got the owner or founder of One Boy Story currently driving in the car 91.
Yeah, and he's, like you were saying, doing some alright lap times, not seizing too much time. I'm impressed by these lap times actually at the moment. I mean, 23s, 24s is a fair bit slow. I'm not really seeing anyone down the order getting into like the 20s or the 21s. But that makes total sense with the fact that the track's so much warmer than it was earlier on. It dipped to kind of 20 degrees during the nights, at midnight in Sim, when ours last hit. No, it couldn't be midnight, could it? No, maybe a bit later than that. And we're kind of having low 20s, 21s on the for a few of the drivers. The fact that still the 91 car is running in the 24s is pretty impressive. It just happens to be that I think Stefan Wang, who I thought may have been a bit of a weak link originally, as he didn't have a particularly good start to this stint, has actually been able to set some excellent times himself, as Dominic Earhart has maybe some contact there, or he may have just been able to avoid any issues on that one, although he was very slow. That does look like a bit of damage, honestly. And then it's going to be an absolute hindrance up here. It's like 1994 chicane up Eau Rouge, honestly, at this point. But fortunately, he gets kind of off the circuit at least.
Yeah, you saw his steering wheel there, literally 90 degrees. So certainly he had a big issue as we got the car 91 coming in. It'd be interesting, and they probably have changed their strategy now, because obviously at night time they were double stinting and not changing their tyres. So it'd be interesting to see if they change their strategy now, and with the hotter weather, like you were saying, Sam, if they're now changing the tyres after every stint. So looking down the pit timings, it does look that all the teams now have reverted back to certainly changing tyres, or certainly in the last pit stop, everyone has changed tyres due to the weather getting hot. And like you were saying yesterday, the wear and the stickiness of the tyres will start to go off. And also, I mean, if we look at the cars on pit lane, and pretty much every car looks like it's been in a banger race with lots of damage on all of the cars, and as we can see here in car 91, luckily the rear wing seems to be straight-ish, but I don't think there's a clean panel on that car though.
Nah, that's it's been beat up fair amount. I imagine at this point in the race, they won't be taking any of the optionals. They'll be going as quick as possible, which is probably the wise decision. You don't really know how much repairs are going to be done by the optionals as Koenikas gets in the car. So as we get in the comms box to end, as we started, Koenikas, who started this race, did qualifying as well, qualified up in second position actually, gets in. You can see there a 2 minute 19.4, his fastest lap of the race. That was very early on. But so don't really expect him to be getting anywhere near that, as the 91 goes 2 laps down. And by my calculations, guys, and you know, feel free to correct me on this one, I believe No Emissions will have to do 1 less pit stop to the end of the race, because they should be able to get past the 20-hour mark. So I believe No Emissions will have a pit stop at the 20, 21, 22, 23. So that's 4 more pit stops to go, and I believe once One Boys gets out of the pits, they will also have 4 pit stops to make. Admittedly, they will have a shorter pit stop to make, and of course that means that they can maybe save 20 seconds worth of fuel, but the pit lane loss when you come down pit road is so large here that 1 less pit stop for No Emissions could be quite useful. So kind of the gap that we're seeing now, the 2 laps, it's kind of representative of what the actual gap is. Because they're a bit more in sync now after that last pit stop for the 91. Not sure if I made any sense there whatsoever, but I hope you understand my training though.
I lost you at the first or second sentence, but that's me when we talk about strategy, so it's not your fault.
Well, I mean, exactly that, and I think that's where now the strategists within the team will be frantically writing down and seeing what they can do, you know, trying to fuel save as much as they can and seeing if it's viable to fuel saves. Obviously, you get different mappings on these cars that you can save the fuel on. It's whether they're deciding to do that, because, like you'd say, Sam, this pit lane is huge, so they're using both the GP and the endurance pits, going down the GP pit going into the endurance. So it's literally all of the first straight, start-finish straight, and including all the way down to La Source, so, and all the way up to Radion and Eau Rouge, so an extremely long pit that they do lose probably about a minute transitioning through that pit, so it'll be interesting to find out on there. But I mean, with the trials and tribulations that the 91 car has had, that I pretty feel that they'll be happy where the position they're currently in. And like you said, you know, you still got 4 hours and 20 or 17 minutes left, and anything can happen. So we've seen this leaderboard every single time we come in for a new stint in the commentary team. Is it's all been shaken up, so anything can happen.
You know, Andy, as a person who can claim to have rolled down Eau Rouge Radion, I don't know how many people can claim that. I can tell you that, and also the downhill from La Source to the compression of Eau Rouge Radion. I mean, this secondary part of the pit lane is so steep. I cannot imagine how, you know, it's already tough to be a car mechanic for an endurance race like this, but to do it, you know, at a cycling style, you know, percentage of elevation or downhill, depending on where you look it from, must be incredibly tough. So I couldn't believe that when I first came to Spa. First thing I saw was actually F3 cars going up the hill in the rain, and when then I was able to walk there the next on Sunday after the race, as there is a crash right in front of the 91, I heard the Ferrari maybe making contact with the Porsche there. TV really doesn't do it justice, you know. Up until you see it live and you have the chance to, you know, walk there. I mean, my calves were hurting. I mean, it is. Oh, as we think we have the number 69 has gone into the grass.
Yeah, no, I was speaking to a friend who obviously had been to Spa like yourself, mate, and he was saying to me that, you know, on iRacing and on the streams of the F1, the steepness of Eau Rouge and going into Radion, it doesn't give it justice. And obviously you're just reiterating what I said earlier on in the stream of how steep that hill climb is.
By the way, don't roll down Eau Rouge Radion at the end of the race, because my jacket was full of marbles. It was not pretty.
So you actually rolled down the track?
Yes, me and a certain Italian guy named Alessandro, I don't know if you heard about him. We had this brilliant idea to roll down.
At the time, it was brilliant.
Yes.
Did you look like a Michelin man by the time you got down full of the tyres?
I mean, I will never forget the other people that were there with us, the other fans that came onto the racetrack. And they were looking at us like, who are these idiots? I don't blame them.
At least you've got a story to tell as you're telling it now, Marco. So, you know, these little things at the time seem good, and then probably after you've done it, think that probably wasn't the best idea. But at least it's a life story that you can tell people as we see a car there nicely moving out of the way for car 91 coming down the Kemmel Straight. So nice for backmarkers to be moving out of the way, because I think that's been the story of this race, is backmarkers getting involved with the front runners, and the front runners sort of struggling to get around some of these backmarkers. But in the night it is a lot different to see who's behind you and where you're at, and the vision that you've got. But now we're back in the daytime, a lot of the drivers will have their confidence back and can see a lot more of the track, so probably have a lot more spatial awareness during the day now. But yeah, as we see, car 91 still out on its own, really, in second place, not really fighting with anyone, keeping half decent lap times, losing a little bit over the leaders 2 seconds, but certainly keeping on pace with third place in there, and so third place is not coming up. But I was just having a look at all the cars that have come out of the race, and some big names come out. So obviously we've got DWB Racing, who obviously when I was watching at the start, and you guys can give more info on, were way out in the lead. They were flying at least like 3 or 4 minutes into the lead. You've got Low GT3 team who were fighting with the car 91 pretty much all night. They're out of the running as well. So some big names come out of the teams in there, and I'll try to work out how many teams have actually retired from the race compared to what we started with.
Well, I was just thinking that, and I think according to my screen, there's still 28 teams basically in the session, but 5 of them seem to be in the pits for quite a long period of time. So I reckon we've got 23 cars left on circuit, which is a few less than what we had last night, as JMB Racing team get back onto circuit at least. But yeah, approximately 23 cars I think are still in the running, which is kind of more the attrition that I was expecting. I was quite surprised actually that we kind of got to the kind of 10-hour mark with 40 odd cars still out on circuit. But yeah, seemingly the night has hit quite a few of the teams hard. A few teams I imagine might just try to get back out there though, with maybe 10 minutes remaining, take the checker flag with whatever they've got left of the car. But I mean, if I was 100 laps down like the 92 cars, I would have certainly parked up a while back. I must say, so nice resilience from them to yeah, keep on going, and yeah, still try to find themselves a few more positions.
Yeah, it looks like 23 teams have retired from the race from what started on our timing tower. So half the field left, which makes a bit more room on the track for the front runners. So the trials and tribulations of getting behind back markers during the middle part and all through the night sort of easing up a little bit now, and this is the sharp end of the race now, coming into the last 4 hours. 10 minutes to go to get into the last 4 hours of the race. They're on the home stretch, and probably guys getting a little bit tired, so the concentration needs to be up, and this is where the team will rally around together to make sure that everybody's okay, fully hydrated, got enough food on board, and try to enjoy this last 4 hours. It's a grueling event of 24 hours, certainly if you're in a team of 3 or so, just enjoy it, and just get to that checkered flag now. I suppose there's nothing worse after doing 20 odd hours is if you have an incident that wrecks your car. That's probably the worst bit. It's bad enough when you obviously have to retire at the start, but certainly retiring at the end so close to the finish is, and I'm pretty sure that'll be weighing on the team's mind as well. But they seem like a good, coherent bunch of guys, and I'm sure they're rallying around each other.
It's time for the quiz question.
We need to get a tune going, Sam, here.
I was quite pleased with the one I just did, I must say. I mean to learn the keyboard actually, and well, what a good asset of skill that would be in this situation. But I imagine I'm Richard Osman, Bradley Walsh, one of the other quiz hosts, Chris Tarrant. There you go. That's a topic. Maybe we can talk about game shows for the next 4 hours. Andy, but first, I want to give you a question, because I was just doing I was thinking, what could I ask you guys? So yeah, I went on a website and saw some information about Spa, and what the good one with this one is that you can both have an attempt. It's a closest to answer.
I'm in this question, am I? I thought you
Yep.
were asked the old ones. Damn.
I'll leave the 3 big ones till later on. But for now, I'm going to give either of you an opportunity to get a point over one another. So the question is, right now, there's the reason why I found this information is because there's going to be some circuit changes to Spa in the future, which is going to change, of course, the layout slightly, and the run-off areas, and also some of the grandstands around the circuit. What I want you to tell me is, what is the current seating capacity at Spa? What is the current seating capacity at the Spa circuit?
Should know, right? But you know,
It's the closest to answer, so as long as you get it roughly right, you should be fair. You should be able to win.
Thinking about the permanent grandstands, which is the one here on the start-finish line and the one down Rouge Radion, because the one that's at Brussels is temporary. It wasn't there at the 24-hour race, for example, where basically you can camp wherever you want. Apart from the Camel Straight, for some reason it's not allowed to camp there. Go figure. So I would say 60,000.
Andy, what are you thinking at the moment in terms
Like
of
higher or lower, isn't it? You know, it's like that game show, isn't it? What's it? Play your cards right, isn't it? Higher or lower, yeah. So
I'm not that old. Sorry.
So yeah, that's why I thought I'd let Marco go so I could play the higher or lower game. So 60,000. I think it's higher or lower than that. I'll probably get it wrong as I always seem to. So I'm going to go with 55.
55,000. Okay. The answer is 6,500.
Wow.
That is it. That is it. That's only 6,500. This is according to racecircuits.info, by the way. The seating capacity will be doubled to 13,000 with the new track changes. But I was pretty much as surprised as you guys. Of course, in terms of capacity, it's got a lot more, you can imagine. But even someone like Silverstone, I'm imagining is up there like 20-odd thousand. Even, you know, not including like the grass banks and whatever. So no, quite a surprise. Only 6,500 grandstand seats currently at Spa-Francorchamps.
49,000.
It seems quite a lot bigger, especially the grandstand that goes basically from the exit of La Source all the way down to the compression. You know, the grandstand at the start-finish line. I can tell you, it's also clear here in Sim. It's very small, very, very small. So that's of course you can see it from up here. Like, look at that. It's one thing that of course they have to contend with, and we can see it from high above the blimp, is the very, very rough terrain and very sharp drops that you have in some points. So it makes it very difficult to build permanent structures.
Yeah, it's got the Adam Forest, isn't it? So it surprises me that about motorsport, because motorsport is massive. And if we look at sort of other sports, you know, we probably you look at football with stadiums of 90,000 capacities, you know, and then that's just blown my mind. 6,500. You think, how is there any money in these circuits to make? You know, because I'd imagine like the draw of the F1 weekend, race weekend, the tickets get sold out really quick, and I'm surprised they don't do whatever they can to fit more seats in. I know you were saying there, Sam, that they're looking at doubling the capacity, but even at 12,000 capacity on what is a 14k course seems very low.
I have actually embarrassed myself slightly because I did get the numbers a bit wrong. It was actually 13,000 is the current, and it's going to go up to 26. I misread it as doubled to 30,000 to doubled by 13,000, but still 13,000. I think the point still remains. Is yeah, surprisingly small.
I'll let you off because it's early morning, mate.
Thank you. Dude, I did read through it like 3 times, and yet my comprehension wasn't too strong. But no, yeah. Still, of course, a circuit that I'm sure everyone would like to visit. But I mean, you say, you know, you want to build more seats. I mean, really, with most motorsports events. I mean, I've been to, you know, some fairly big events before. So I went to WEC a couple of times at Silverstone, and of course around that place you got most of the grandstands are closed, and the grandstands which are opened are only half full. It's not really the incentive for people, or for the tracks to increase their seating capacity, because unless you've maybe got a home driver in Formula 1, you're never going to fill it. I mean, think how stark the difference is at Silverstone compared to pretty much every other track on the calendar. It's the only one which looks full, you know. So that's I remember when Malaysia was having, I think, 20,000 attendances for a 120,000 capacity circuit. Before that got ditched, I think for MotoGP it was about 60,000. Yeah, there's I guess it's just not the motivation as ouch. Don't really know how the Porsche dealt so well with that. Honestly, it seemed like once the Lambo rebounded off the Porsche, that's a very strong.
That was the Lamborghini that got just lapped by the 91, and we were looking from high above the blimp, and I noticed that Marius was having a bit of trouble trying to get past that Lamborghini. Actually, I think they parked the car. Let's see. No, sorry, this is another car.
Certainly feels he probably feels that Lambo hasn't got already enough straight lines on it, and decided to put a few more into it, I think.
Wow.
Well, we've seen the exact same crash yesterday. A car hitting the wall at the same angle, getting trapped by the wall and flipping the exact same time. The exact same way, I'm sorry. It was, I think, the E-Girl team, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that. One of the teams that was fighting for the top 5. I kid you not, it was the exact same crash. And iRacing is trying to get rid of these magnetic walls, but sometimes they come back when you least expect them.
I thought they were deliberate. Are you saying like the ones at Daytona are deliberate?
I hope that they are not deliberate.
I kind of just assumed that it was like one of those things where, like, it was meant to like simulate the car getting stuck in the tyre barriers. You know, like at the bus stop at Daytona is the one that comes to mind. Whenever you crash into the tyres there, you're probably going to get stuck. I thought that was kind of logic, but yeah, that's a pretty bad glitch, because we saw it at Mosport just. You were there, Marco, with Danny Lee when he crashed at Mosport and got stuck in the wall. I must say, I'm quite a big fan of it, because it means that the drivers don't rebound back onto circuit, so it maybe reduces the risk of a pile-up. But yeah, it doesn't look so pretty, certainly the way that the physics worked on that case. To be fair, that's not actually a tyre wall, is it? That's just a wall, so that really shouldn't happen.
Oh, look at the Toyota Ferrari, still going strong, missing important bits. Now...
That's great, we've got a rear wing now, has it? Completely gone.
Yeah, trying to remember which car number that was. There we go.
51.
Oh no, it's 30. 51 is the... Because I think they are going for the Toyota Xfinity. Oh man, I've never seen a Ferrari missing the rear wing in iRacing.
And the front bonnet. Obviously, it's getting that extra little bit of cooling, but that car has certainly seen better days for sure. Wow.
Pretty much see the roll cage now. I mean, that's what's being exposed at this point. His pace is excellent, though. It's really, to be fair, considering that that car is in the shape that it is. He just said 228, which is actually isn't too bad. It's faster than a lot of other drivers out on circuit at the moment. So he's driving well, though it looks very pedestrian. Yeah, I don't know why you... Oh man, it doesn't turn left anymore, does it?
Steering seems surprisingly straight.
I've noticed it though with like the 92 early one, where like down the straights, you're absolutely right, it looks alright, but then when you go into like, maybe if you ride on board through the final chicane, because that's a really good indicator sometimes. Earlier on the 92 barely turned left, like you turn the car into the right and it works alright, and then you kind of see the problems that it's got when you turn left. I can only imagine that maybe one of the wheels kind of goes off the ground. So we'll see how it kind of reacts over this part of the circuit.
In normal change, it would be getting into 6th at the end going into this. You go,
oh come on.
Oh, thanks.
That's sod's law, I think.
And it goes
Certainly,
straight
I don't
into
think
the
it'd be
pits.
taking optional repairs.
Just as we were trying to gather some secrets. And the 92 goes by.
Ah, so sorry. So Relina there, he'd just taken 28 minutes of repairs. So that 28 was actually before he got the damage. My bad. So I imagine they're probably parking that car up. That was probably just a test lap to see how it drives. And now they realise that it's too damaged, and so they're probably going to park it up.
You look at the car, you look at the 92 car, I mean, that's certainly been in the wars. I don't think there is a panel left on it that is unaffected. I think probably even the roof's got a bit of a scuff on it. I believe at one stage they were on their roof. In fact, they were coming out of Blanchimont, weren't they? So every single panel on that car, I think, has had a little bit of scrape action sometime during this 24 hours. So
I'm looking at... So I should be able to get the replay. And I'm trying to catch it, but...
Would it have been too far back?
No, because the car I'm watching now replays, that you guys probably can't see them, but I'm watching the replays right now. The car is mostly in one piece. Mostly. So there must have been a big shunt fairly recently.
Well, I mean, you can see that car's quite heavily damaged, so I'm quite impressed that's even been able to be driven around, to be fair.
Sometimes with the single seaters, you just get a message saying, pack it up, we're going home, too much damage to even attempt to fix. And I feel like that Ferrari is kind of at that stage, honestly.
Oh, maybe I found it.
Congrats. I'm watching the YouTube stream at the moment. I can't see it.
So somewhere in between the previous replay and this replay, it lost the front bonnet and then got completely destroyed at the bus stop. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
The car was extensively damaged, so yeah. Watch the replay on the stream. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Wow, yeah.
That is, yeah. What is that? It's coming right down into the old bus stop through the chicane, isn't it? Wow. That's a fast corner after Blanchimont, though, isn't it?
I haven't got Peter McCann, unfortunately, commentating on this race, but I'm sure he'd be saying typical Audi driver tailgating on that occasion. So
I'm sure I'd give somebody that did the same in 1925 in the first race around Spa. I'm sure he'll have that information as well, does our Peter?
Yeah. Oh man, I mean, to be fair, probably everything he's ever said on stream is probably incorrect. We just think, yeah, I guess it's right. So no, smart guy is Peter, absolute anorak when it comes to motorsport. Now I got a fun question for you guys, and as the minutes go on, my brain's engaging. The conversation is reaching fever pitch right now. So I was wondering, what change would you make to the Spa-Francorchamps circuit if you had complete free control? You can change one part of the circuit. You can change, one corner. Maybe you could add a corner down a straight if you want. What would you do to change this circuit to make it even better than what it is?
Okay.
It's a tough question because and makes me really think about the fact that this racetrack is despite the changes that has been made over the years, especially after 2005, it's still pretty iconic. Now, of course, the big change after 2005 and now more recently was the removal of a lot of gravel traps in favor of tarmac runoffs. They have expanded this part here of the track. It was very, very narrow way back when I was, you know, a young kid, you know, back in dinosaur time. So a part of me wants to say I want the Orouge chicane back, but that would be trolling, you know, really not. You know, because if you remove the chicane at the end of the camel straight, it becomes incredibly dangerous. So that's not going to work. Okay, this is my change. I want to put gravel back on the exit of Puon, on the outside of Puon. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, well, you're going to be a very happy boy then when they do that in a few years' time. So, hey, that's I think that's a good show. How about you, Andy?
I'm gonna embrace my inner child here and say what would be amazing, which is never going to happen, but it'd be pretty cool, is the Campus Stavolo Turner. So it's the section 13, 14, 15 and 16 is straighten out the campus. So you come off Pouillon straight, and then you have a banked curve that goes around what is currently the Campus Stavolo and turn 16 to go onto the back straight. That would, yeah, that'd be quite spectacular. So embrace my inner child there.
I kind of want to take your points away from the quiz earlier on there, because that's a dreadful idea if I've heard one. In my opinion, no, I see the appeal to that one, but I personally I'm a big fan of the Fagnes chicane and is it Campos curve?
That's it,
yeah. So that looks all pretty good. I mean, for myself, I'm sure you're about to ask me what I thought, because you value my opinion. I'm kind of split. Maybe widen Les Combes. I'd quite like, because at the moment it's so narrow through there. They can't. It's very tricky to go alongside. And usually when you do go alongside, in particularly in say Formula 1, it can get a bit messy. And I guess theoretically, extending the runoff areas at Eau Rouge and Radion would be nice, but obviously that's barely possible. However, another one, and this is barely nostalgia, honestly, because actually the changes were made before I was really a conscious being to the circuit, but potentially bring back the old bus stop. You know, maybe make it a little bit different to what it was before, but bring that part of the circuit back. Even though the current chicane works fairly well, I think the fact that people still annoyingly call it a bus stop, despite the fact that it's not a bus stop, kind of makes me think, should we just change it back to a bus stop, and therefore it would stop annoying me. So they would be my ideas, but I'd struggle to really pick one over the other.
I like that. I want to put it back to the bus stop because it's annoying me. That's good.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, that's a fair comment. Yeah, that's more of an adult answer than the inner child answer that I gave.
You must be looking forward to Yas Marina, Happy Dabby, with the bank corner.
Ooh, is that? I didn't know about that.
Yeah, well, at the where you currently got the triple chicane type thing. I'm not sure if you're very familiar with the track layout.
Yeah.
But they're actually like making it significantly better, where they got rid of the silly chicane into a hairpin and just got a hairpin now, and then at the end of the second long straight you got like a super fast banked corner rather than a tight fiddly triple chicane, which is absolutely dreadful what it was before. So no, yeah, watch that one. Probably going to be a double header, honestly, at the end of the year. It's maybe not, but no, that'll be one to keep an eye out on.
I will never get over the fact that they had basically free reign over the Yas Marina circuit, because you know, it was reclaimed land, flat, you can do whatever you want, and they were able to create that monster of a racetrack. Like, it takes effort, you know. It has all the worst possible ideas put into a racetrack.
Yeah, they went to the local school and asked the kids to win a prize, and that's how they came up with it.
The one thing I really don't understand, apart from the stupid stuff that Sam was saying earlier, you know, the the chicane into hairpin, that's like, I mean, you have a hairpin which is like, you know, the trademark Tilke passing spot in every one of his racetracks, and you... I mean, I understand why they had a chicane, because the grandstand was there, but of course, again, they had all the space to maybe move the grandstand back a little, which I think is what they're going to do right now.
But just bringing the hairpin forwards.
Or bringing,
honestly.
yeah,
So
I mean, yeah.
the hairpin's not actually going to be a proper overtaking spot. You can see it's quite a long radius, kind of 180-degree corner, if you will. So it's not really with the original design. And also, I mean, to back up your point just a moment ago, they had free reign, and yet they built Ferrari World like on the other side of the grandstand, so they can. Not sure how much kind of variance they had with the grandstand, to be honest, and yeah, they managed to mess up. Sorry for interrupting.
No, you're absolutely correct. And the other big problem is that I don't know why they decided to go for the, you know, infinite sequence of 90-degree corners in the second half of the lap. It completely ruins the flow, doesn't allow for any overtakes. It's I mean, the final half of the track, again, with free reign, whatever, you have all 90-degree corners. It's and of course, you remember when you had a double DRS zone with the drivers, of course, ignoring the first one and then using the second one, which is also a problem we had here at Spa. Now, remember, drivers were lifting before the La Source, so they got passed by the car that they were battling with. Got DRS, and then DRS passed them on the Camel Straight. Yeah, but the idea of having back-to-back DRS zones at the Asparina was another one of the bad decisions. I'm very disappointed that DRS is still a thing in F1, even after the new rule changes.
We can try and get some passing on F1, because I mean, I think the only interesting part of the F1 race is probably the start, to be fair. After that, it goes into sort of Groundhog Day, the middle. So I assume the DRS is to try and spice it up a little bit and get a few more passes and give the commentators something to talk about, I think.
Well,
yes.
It'll be interesting to see what kind of capacity DRS will be in the new rules, because as you say, Marco, it's still going to be a contraption on the back of the car. I would rather it got rid of, because I don't trust. I think they can still make some positive change, like after all Monaco, you know, having DRS down the front straight there. I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe Singapore as well, you could have it round there. But when they start to add it to, I just hope that every other circuit doesn't have it. You know, when you start adding it to like Budapest and what are the other tricky to overtake circuits? Well, I guess historically Abu Dhabi's always been quite tricky to overtake. When you add it to those types of circuits, it's going to become a little bit annoying potentially. So hopefully they keep they reduce it around most of the circuits. Fingers crossed.
One thing that I don't understand is that they are presenting these new rule changes like it's going to be a spec car, which of course it's not going to be. So I'm really concerned about you know, all the nice words that they said about improving the, you know, the racing, etc., following in the draft, but if you give the developers you know, time to work, they are going to recuperate the lost downforce, and we will be back to, I know it's F1, so F1 and spec don't really go together, but you know, I'm not as optimistic as I was even just a couple of years ago when they first introduced the idea of the new cars, and you know, it's a bit sad, because I know that I mean, they are already putting their hands forwards now and saying don't expect overnight improvement in racing, which I'm sorry, but it is you know, like the whole point of having a new rule, especially after the disaster of this rule set that we have had to contend with, created by, you know, I don't know, maybe they went on a wild bender or something at the FIA headquarters when they decided to change to this. it's like they forgot about the principles of aerodynamics, you know, and they only wanted to appeal to the Fast and Furious kind of, because, you know, their idea was, let's make the cars faster, you know, which, you know, it's you know, first of all, if the racing is great, you don't care how fast they go, no? And secondly, like, we just went through a period of decent racing because the cars were made less, you know, complicated than when they were in the mid to late 2000s, when I don't know why people talk about those seasons with nostalgia, because I remember those seasons. The racing was awful. 2007, 2008, they couldn't pass. Yes, the engine sounded great, I give you that. Even 2003, 2004, like, the engine sounded great, the cars were beautiful, but they couldn't pass each other. It was a big problem. Now, of course, looking back on it, you see, like, 2007 championship decided by 1 point, you know. 2008 was also a fantastic, you know, the climax was, but if, when you really went to the racetrack on Sunday, and you already knew that it was either a Ferrari track or a McLaren track, especially 2007, 2008. And even though they were close in the standings, they were not close on the racetrack, because depending on the track, like I remember at Spa, Ferrari were miles better than the competition. Then you went to Monte Carlo, it was better for McLaren, and Ferrari had no chance. And that was, of course, my big concern, because Interlagos was really a Ferrari racetrack, you know, and you know, so I was very concerned in 2008. So yeah, thankfully things went well then. But so just, you know, remembering the flawed racing but exciting racing we had with the 2009 to 2013 cars, you know, makes me a bit sad, because it looked like they learned their lesson and then they forgot about it straight away. So let's see. I'm not very confident in this new era of Formula One, but, you know, open mind. You know, maybe they got it right, and I'm just a negative Nancy, you know, getting older and all that stuff. But not promising. The fact that DRS is still there tells me that they know that passing is going to be difficult. And to finish my, you know, long rant, if you remember, a few weeks ago we had a race, I don't know if it was Austria or Styria, where Leclerc collided with Gasly and then had to make a comeback. And according to social media, it was the drive of the century, when he was just DRS passing cars that were 2 to 3 seconds slower than him. That is not great racing. That's the coffee machine overtakes, I call them. You press the button and you make the overtake. There is nothing. Oh, look at the, you know, apart from the collision we just had in Silverstone, all the battles we had, like, for example, France between Verstappen and Hamilton. All the build-up for Verstappen to press the button, make the overtake on the backstretch at Paul Ricard, over. You know, how can you consider that great racing? It is not. It is Drive to Survive stuff. They will be able to make a nice episode on that Paul Ricard race, but I want to see the action on the track, and pressing a button and making the overtake. You know, you have all the excitement of Verstappen chasing down Hamilton with a different strategy. It's all building up to a climax, and then you press the button and he makes the pass. I mean, that is not unforgettable stuff to me. That is pretty, you know, pretty disappointing stuff, if you ask me.
That's probably quite true, actually, as a button to get past somebody. But, you know, one of the things I really enjoy watching is, like, the MotoGP and the bikes. I think them drivers are skillful. I mean, you see how much lean angle they're getting around some of the corners, and the speeds that they're doing on 2 wheels. And it's always close racing with on the bikes. And, you know, like you were saying, Michael, they haven't got a button to press to get past it. They literally got to get past on the skill of the riding and putting the bike in the position that they can get the speed out of. So I really enjoy it. And obviously these GT and the IMS series and bits and pieces like that, it's a lot more closer racing than what F1 is, and I think you're completely right in saying it's almost now that Formula One is like a parade lap. I mean, you take the likes of Monte Carlo, sorry, not Monte Carlo, Monaco. You know, it's the qualifying. It's all about the qualifying where they get and up that first corner, because after that it's almost like a parade lap because it's so thin, and them F1 cars are so wide to keep the aerodynamics and keep them down on the force that it almost, like you say, becomes a parade lap, and it's hard to see where the sport can go to make it more racy and more entertaining for the fans. It's certainly one of them age-old questions, obviously, but the fan base that they have got for the S1s is extremely large, as we see with the crowds on race weekends for the F1 Championship. So it'd be interesting to see what they do, Marco, certainly for the new changes.
I'm positive.
Yeah, Sam, go ahead.
Yes. I think compared to what we have at the moment with the F1 rigs, I think anything will be an improvement. So hopefully, it's better. And I think also the fact that the cars are so big now, the slipstream effect should be fairly strong still. Well, that's the quarter panels into the wall. That's the chicane a few times.
Sorry,
but
wasn't that car destroyed?
I thought it was, yeah.
And now it's back to... What the hell is going on here? I mean, what...
I didn't know they had fast repair. Look at that,
sorry,
pretty good.
Sorry, iRacing cannot replace a rear wing if it's bent, but they can replace it if
you lose it.
you take away. How does that work?
His pace is very slow, I will say. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a cosmetic change. He's doing 2:33s, but he's not done many laps since his pit stop, so we'll wait and see. His pit stop time was 7 minutes and 50. He was stationing for to get that damage fixed. So that was very realistic. I mean, to bolt on a rear wing like that, I think, 6 minutes, something like that. That's about right.
I mean, when I used to race as the number 008, has done another pit stop, and they're coming out of the pit lane. As I was saying, I remember when I used to race IndyCar quite extensively a few years ago, we had this problem that if you got rear wing damage, that was it, and it was a bit of a... That was like back in 2015, 2016, no? And the community was very upset because the new car that was introduced in 2012 had the possibility of replacing the entire rear wing assembly in something like 30 seconds. And as a matter of fact, in 2015, Juan Pablo Montoya won the Indy 500, despite Simone De Silvestro ramming him under caution and destroying his rear wing. They went to the pits, and in 30 seconds they had take it out, put it back in. It was like a full assembly between the rear wing and those ugly wheel covers that they had back then, no? And so we pleaded with iRacing because, iRacers are not real-life drivers. They tend to make mistakes, especially at the start. Everyone is trying to, jump the start, etc. So getting it in the rear was quite easy. And finally, I think in the last year of the car existence on iRacing, we got the rear wing assembly replacement, which was very welcome. Now, of course, it has been translated to the new car. Even though I don't know how that works, if they have a similar system. The new car, of course, is based on the DW12, but it changes on the exterior because they realized that aerodynamically wise it wasn't working, So they knew that the car mechanically was okay, beautiful Dallara, but the aero was bad, so they simply built on top of it. And now, of course, you can replace the rear wing. I don't remember if in real life they can still do that. I think they do, but that's different, for example, from F1, when if you destroy the rear wing, it's game over. You can't replace it, no? But in endurance racing, I would gladly take a 1 hour and a half, 2 hour repair time, but have the suspensions be rebuilt or the rear wing being replaced like they do in real life. Because at the end of the day, you just want to finish the race, and driving for 22 hours maybe with, sorry Sam, I've been thinking about all day as the leaders are in. I've been thinking about since yesterday about our historical appearance in Daytona earlier this year, where suspension destroyed after 1 lap and a half, and that was it for us. But I think if we were able to repair it, even if it took an hour, we would have continued the race and finished it, But to drive, the mere thought of driving for 23 hours with a car that leans on one side was too much. By the way, Andy, Sam put the car on pole, so we at least have that.
No, I was chatting to Alex earlier on, and I posed the same question that I did to you, Sam. And in fact, I haven't asked you, Michael, so I'll get your opinion on it. So, what do you think about adding fast repairs into the endurance races?
We had them in the VRS Endurance Series when I started on iRacing in 2015. Basically, at the end of the week, do they still do that, Sam? The VRS series of the endurance race at the end of the week, GT3 only. So they were like.
I think they do, yeah. Not sure if they have a fast repair though.
They don't have it anymore. Of course they do. We did some of them earlier this year, if you remember, with the Lamborghini, with Orazio. So, but back then it was D class. Now it's C class. So D class they can have fast repairs. And a couple of times back when I used to race, and I was terrible, still am, but trust me, worse than what I am right now. It saved us from an early exit, but the community moaned about it, talked about drivers being too aggressive, that stuff like that. So it got removed and never came back. If the system is like it is right now, that you can't repair the car, then by all means yes. But the better solution would be to have better repairs to the car altogether. And unfortunately, I love the new damage model despite its flaws, but the biggest problem for me is that as the race leader has a very brave exit from the pits, in front of the 92 by the way. As I was saying, the new damage model, the biggest flaw it has in my opinion is how long it takes to get it applied to every car. And of course in GT3 competition, for example, they need to build it for all the 7-8 cars that are allowed for this particular event, or even worse when you have multi-class stuff. So you have, and then I'm thinking also they have to balance it between cars that are new, cars that are going to be replaced. So in the end we are stuck with this. I don't think, Sam, that they have already developed it for the Porsche, for example, So it's a bit of a iRacing. It's a bit stuck between the past and the future on this. So that doesn't seem like it's going to change anytime soon. I can't imagine them building the new damage model for the Ford GT and the McLaren MP412, So, like for GT4 it has been different, because they are building all the cars from scratch with the new damage model already existing in a series where the original car, the Audi TCR, wasn't released. I remember your disappointment when it was released without the new damage model. But it came there like one season after, So, and that's much better. But of course, the moment you race with the GT4 cars together with, let's say, GT3 cars, you are back to the old damage model and all the troubles that has that brings with it.
I think probably the best one I've had was Sam, and I completely agree with what Sam was saying, that maybe the lower splits certainly say in this race, the lower splits get the fast repairs, whereas the pros are expected to be a lot more safer and a lot more accomplished drivers. Probably shouldn't be able to do, but I think one thing, and I agree with what you're saying there, they do need to sort of change this damage model setup and the repair times, because I was speaking to Alex last night and he was obviously saying it's quite frustrating when you're at the pros and you get a little bit of damage and pretty much that's your race over, whereas exactly you say, you could go into the pits and in real life they'll change a suspension in like 5-10 minutes and you're out on the track and everything's back to normal. But sort of in the iRacing world, you have a bit of damage, and as we can see here, the car 91 has been in and got repairs, car 92 has been in and got repairs, extensively spent over 2 hours within that pit lane, but yet the car looks like it's still been in banger race, which wouldn't be realistic, because if you were in the pits for a hefty amount of time, not only would the main damage and the reason why you're in there be changed, there'd be all the other panels getting changed if there was any slight sort of damage on the car, and I think it's either they do that in iRacing or they do fast repairs. I think that's one of the two options that personally I feel that they need to bring in to make the racing a lot better. Because I mean, if you look at this race now, we've got 23 cars out. If you had maybe one fast repair or two, depending on the split levels, you might have a lot more races still left in the race, and which will make it a lot more interesting for the viewers to be able to see all the cars going around the track. Because there's nothing worse doing a 24 and then getting binned out early on.
Yeah, I think Sam Kume had a good idea where you could potentially have a pro Spa 24 hours and then an AM Spa 24 hours, kind of have them separate events on iRacing. I mean, there's obviously, I mean, we put men on the moon, we've created microchips, we're quite an advanced species. I'm sure iRacing could give a certain amount of fast repairs to each driver or each team, depending on what the strength of field of the split is. But in the meantime, whilst that's not easy for iRacing, so if you just had two different events on iRacing, with maybe like a maximum iRating maybe in the amateur and a minimum iRating in the pro, and the amateur has 2 fast repairs and the pro one has 0 fast repairs, I think that would be quite a quick solution to that, perhaps, where it wouldn't be too much of an ask for iRacing to implement that one. So yeah, that would be a very nice addition, I think, and maybe vary it as well from special event to special event. I mean, of course, Bathurst going to be tricky, Nürburgring going to be very tricky. This place I think is very tricky as well. I mean, we've seen so many kind of spins when drivers end up in the walls. Other events maybe not so bad. I mean, Road Atlanta, in my opinion, probably a bit easier to keep out of the walls than this specific circuit. Although I guess coming out of the S's can be a tricky one. And I guess like Watkins Glen 6 hours, for example, that's such a short event that maybe you don't want fast repair for that. But yeah, kind of varying it from event to event could be nice. Could be a nice addition to iRacing. I was wondering, are there any special events that you guys think would be quite a nice add to iRacing? Because fortunately we've got the 6 hours of the Glen back now after a few seasons of mission. I think that was the big one that was missing for a few years. But any other events that you'd like to see replicated on the iRacing sim?
I haven't actually. To be fair, I quite like the very, as long as it keeps mirroring real life 24-hour races and tries to get the endurance series, which they seem to be doing quite well at the moment. It's can't think of any. I mean, obviously, if you had one-off tracks, I'll probably pick one of my favourite tracks. Alton Park would be nice to do an endurance race around there. I love that track, so but it's down to personal preference and favourite tracks in iRacing, I would imagine.
I mean, to be fair, I think iRacing covered the majority of them. The one that comes into my mind is, I don't know what it's called anymore, because I think a few different organisations have kind of taken the helm with the with this race. But the Silverstone 24 hours with kind of the I think it used to be called the Britcar 24. Where you got the, I think it was maybe GT4s. You did have and GT3s, and I think you had a few prototypes as well. Something like that would be quite cool, like a lower powered endurance event. Maybe you have like Radical, GT3, and GT4, and maybe like Porsche Cup or something. So 3 of those classes, maybe racing around Silverstone for 24 hours. I think might be quite a bit of fun, because don't have a special event at that circuit at the moment, so that would be pretty cool. And yeah, I guess we've got kind of Nürburgring, which has got a few kind of lower powered cars in that roster, but of course it's not a particularly inviting event, whereas Silverstone might be a bit easier. So that would be my pick. Mark, have you got any that you'd like to see?
You know, it's tough to think what you know, what they could add. Possibly, you know, yeah, you're right. Like this lower level. I remember they did like 2-3 years ago. Silverstone 24-hour series did a split 12-hour race for GT3s and 24-hour race for the TCR cars in the same like at the same time. It was very weird. And they had to stop it at night because of fog. I remember that, but it was poorly attended, mostly because a lot of the teams were still waiting or were had just gotten their cars back from Dubai, the 24 hours of Dubai. So yeah, it was not the greatest event, but I like the idea, you know. Especially, well, Dubai could be a great one, especially given the racetrack that's terrible, but you know, would be a nice addition, because it will give, you know, it has many configurations and could be absolutely a worthy addition to the service. My dream, of course, it's not a, sadly it's not a real event anymore. It has been cancelled. The 1,000 kilometers of Suzuka was, you know, but I love Super GT, you know, so, but that doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately. It has been replaced by the 10-hour race of Suzuka as Marius comes into the pits after his first stint after coming back onto the track. Yeah, it was a staple in the calendar of Super GT. Now it is a GT3 race, just like many others. And to an extent, of course, I would love to have Super GT, even though it's going to be extremely complicated to have it in iRacing, especially considering the different, all the different kind of vehicles that you need to have a proper, you know, Super GT representation in your sim, considering that they have at least 4 different kinds of vehicles racing in the championship, from the GT500 cars that, of course, you know, share the same basis, but the Lexus and the Nissan have the engine in the front, whilst the Honda has the engine in the back. So you have to scan 2 different cars, of course, if you want to have all 3 of them. And then GT300 cars, they are all sorts of crazy stuff that you can imagine. From, you know, of course, FIA GT3, which of course is the least of our worries, but then you would need to have stuff like, you know, the Toyota Prius with the LMP1 engine. You would need to have the Subaru BRZ with the Subaru WRC engine, and then maybe the modern chassis cars, which are, you know, for example, you have the Toyota GT86 with a Nissan engine, or the Toyota Mark X again with a Nissan engine. All this, or my favorite one that doesn't race anymore, the Shiden, which was a first generation DPI converted to some sort of monster. Fantastic car, and it's the only championship where you can have again a Toyota Prius fighting on equal terms with a Ferrari 488 GT3. So, I mean, who doesn't love that? Tell me who doesn't love that. But especially for the GT500 cars, iRacing has been trying for years to get them, and it's proven to be very, very difficult. Especially because they share a lot of components with the DTM cars, the old DTM cars, the one that don't race anymore. So the rights for some bits of the car are from Japan, others are from Germany, and so it was one of the cars that they announced back like in 2012, 2013, but like the Honda BTCC, and never released. So yeah, if we can have Super GT once, it would be fantastic, but it's basically impossible.
I think to answer your question, Sam, they have actually got a Silverstone 24-hour, and I think it's on the 20th of August in the VRS endurance series on iRacing. So that's coming up next month. It's not obviously a special event; it's a part of the endurance series that is on iRacing, which obviously included Le Mans. So I think that's on the 20th of August for 24 hours. So hopefully you're rubbing your hands with glee, thinking, "Wow, have they? I'm going to be doing that."
Perhaps so. Yeah. That sounds very interesting. So, thanks for notifying me about that one. But no, that sounds very interesting. So, nice to see actually them kind of using those official series to run these longer events. So, I've been doing it for a while with NASCAR and I think IndyCar as well, and doing that a few more times as well with VRS and such. So, no, that is. Sound like a good event. Of course, Kunakas just coming into the pit, staying in the car then. Interestingly, I think Fang, did he stay in for... Wang, apologies, stayed in for another stint. That is now Stefan Wang's third consecutive stint at least. Dare I say it may be his fourth consecutive stint. He has been in there for a while, but he's setting excellent lap times, and the gap between the top two is kind of hovering around 5 minutes 30. It was, I think when I arrived, when we all arrived, about 5 minutes 50. So it has come down by 20-25 seconds, but yeah, the 91 needs to catch a lot faster than that in order to really make much of an impression. I haven't seen, guys, and I thought I would be seeing this constantly, drive-through penalties. This is really the point in the race where you're going to suffer from that. Unfortunately, unlike when we're doing ARL, where we're all admins in the session, we can normally see how many instant points each driver has. Unfortunately, we are not disclosed that information, but I thought, I imagine everyone's on 100. I mean, for the track extensions that we've seen, I would have thought that would be very common right now, but I don't know. I haven't seen any drivers trundle down the pit lane and not stop. Certainly not out of those top two, at least recently. So maybe they kept it within the lines more than I thought.
I think looking at, I mean, I'm seeing 48 probably for the person that's obviously in the stint. I think for instant points, but yeah, I think they may be getting into the realms now where they're getting quite close to that limit, and it's whether they push on and still keep the pace or start slowing down slightly too. But certainly the lap times, although they're a bit slower than when you first started, the cars certainly don't look in anywhere as a pristine condition that they started with at the moment, so that will be affecting the speed. But Yeah, that could come into play in the next 3 hours and 13 minutes left of this race. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, Sam. But yeah, strange we haven't seen any at the moment, or not noticed any.
Was about 40 seconds loss. Trending down the pit lane, maybe even 50 seconds honestly, actually. That would not significantly reduce the gap. It'd only reduce it down by maybe 20% or so. And of course, once you get to 100, it's every 20 after that. You get a further drive through penalty. So need to try to really avoid getting to those numbers. I feel a quiz question coming on. We've already done one. I'm sure I will, try to think of others as well. But I think, Marco, it might be time for your first proper big question. Now, of course, you've already got one of them when you beat. Apologies, no, you lost to Andy, and that's quite a shameful thing to do. Honestly, seeing Andy's performance last night when it came to these questions. However, you got a chance to redeem yourself, and we're going to see what you can do. So, the first question that I want you to answer, Marco, is what decade was the first ever race at Spa-Francorchamps held?
Let's see. I would say 1940s.
Oh dear. 1920s was the first time. 1921, the first race was ever held at Spa-Francorchamps circuit. So, unfortunately on that one, Marco, I'll have to put you down to a 0. Unfortunately, it seems like no one is going to get a full house, albeit, of course, Alex and Lee did come close themselves. But you still got a chance to redeem yourself. Alex also got the first question wrong and was able to get the rest correct. So, we'll put that down as a 0 for now, but I'll come back with another question in an hour or so for the next one.
Sorry, I'm cracking under the pressure, you know.
It's just as commentators. We're more concentrating on how our voice sounds on stream than obviously the histories of the tracks that we're going at. So to obviously instill confidence in you, Marco, I pretty did dismal. I think I got one partial answer of a question right, so you haven't got a lot to live up to, that's for sure. As Sam, I'm sure will probably tell.
You know, the moment I jumped in, Lee started talking about, my supposed great knowledge. Are they about to pass each other? I think they are now. Of course, I'm sure it has happened a lot of times, but, last time this happened yesterday, in this particular corner, it didn't work very well. So let's hope all goes well as the 91 lines up the overtake. At Brasso, oh, dearie me. Oh, and they both disappear, and they both reappear. At least on my screen. In sync.
Sitting in the same room as each other, that's isn't exactly coordinated very well.
Yeah, of course, a few car lengths clear straight away. Yeah, maybe half a second to a second loss there for the 91 car, but still 5 minutes 28 is the gap. We're just over 3 hours of this event to go. Wonder, Marco, if you could bring up the track temperature up on screen. I imagine it's continuing to rise. It was 35 degrees last time I saw, and now it's up to 39. Expect that to continue to rise for the next probably hour and 15 or so. I think it's usually 2:30 in the afternoon when it tends to peak, does the conditions. Partly cloudy, albeit from the couple of shots at the sky that I've seen, it seems particularly blue skies out there, so that will be making the track even warmer. So tricky to keep the pace up at the moment, but well, that's what Koenigsegg is trying to do. Down to 23.7, so he lost maybe about a second on that last lap, but still keeping very much in touch.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see obviously Marius at the start, and even in his second stint was doing 220s dead pretty much consistently every lap, so we can sort of see the amount of top end speed they're losing with the incident that they had earlier on during the night. It's affecting their time, but I mean, they are in no man's land in a minute, clearly in second place, big gap to first place, and then to third place it's a monster gap. So they are comfortably in second place at the moment. They just need to basically bear that in mind, keep it clean, and considering all the issues that they have had during the 24 hours, just try and keep it clean, because, you know, it's never over till that final flag, and we never know what's going to happen to No Emission Sports, as we've seen some of the other big names like DWB Racing that was 5 minutes ahead of the field. One incident, and as we're all aware, that was caused going into the pit lane, so a really silly mistake that cost them the race. And but you know, my admiration goes out to the Car 92. You know, the attrition that they've been in this 24 hours, and to spend over 2.5 hours in the pit lane getting repairs. I mean, like you were saying, Sam, the normal iRacing among us would have probably given up after the first hour and 48-minute repair time that they had. But these guys have sort of kept going, kept at it, and they're still in this race, currently in a P25. So, you know, all in all, not a bad effort from them guys.
Yeah, I think it's been super from those guys to come over their hurdles and still be on track to taking the checkered flag. What are their lap times, in fact? So actually, Kurt's just at 25.7. That's really not that bad, honestly. I need about 3 seconds a lap slower than maybe what they would do with a clean car. But that's very approximate. As Monsalve Alejandro, the spin, tap from behind. And I think that was for position, actually, potentially Jordan Siret. He had quite a big incident earlier on Siret. I can't remember what happened to him, but I definitely remember seeing him on stream. He maybe had like a spin or something, maybe crashed at Radion, not quite sure. I seem to remember him doing something quite embarrassing. And so I think that was for position there, moving up into 20th place there for the car number 18. So you see the time difference lap by lap gradually increasing, although Wang losing a bunch of time here. He's got time to spare. But I imagine this might be his slowest lap for a while, seeing that he's been held up behind his Porsche for a few corners.
And Andy, you know, driving LMP1s recently, Andy, how tough it is to go, I mean, make this, you know, especially this late in the race, every time you go past a lapped car, I mean, you must, I mean, confidence is important, but I cannot imagine in the back of your head that there isn't a little bit of fear every time you have to go past a car. You have 2 laps over second place, you know. Never easy. That was I was trying to say.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and you know, certainly in this race, obviously, it's a little bit easier when you're in the LMP1, because you, as you say, you have that magic button that can shoot you past drivers like F1 cars. Oh, big hit! Oh no, not into the wall there from Jordan coming up, Radio No Rouge. So that's going to be a hefty amount of damage, and as we can see, the rear wing on that car is pretty mangled as it is. So unfortunately didn't lose it to be able to get a brand new one, as we've seen before. So I think he's going to be stuck with that really bent as he's getting out of shape again. I think there's some serious damage on that car, but I think he's certainly going to have to go into the pit there. But obviously, to answer your question there, Marco, it certainly is. And certainly when you're on a car at the same speed, you're sort of almost heavily relying on the car that you're lapping not to make any undue movements. And I think the problem we have in certainly in this split, which is the lowest split, I mean, if we look down the iRating, you've got iRating ranging from 533 from car number 8 all the way up, and I think the highest at the moment on track is about 1500. So you have a real difference in ability. So yeah, I mean, certainly when you're in the lead, and that's one thing you've got to take into account. It's a long race, so not only are you concentrating to keep the car on the track, but you've also got to concentrate to anticipate what these rear markers are doing, because you don't want to be losing your race by getting hit out by a rear marker, certainly when you've got such a commanding lead. I think that's even worse than if you try and bin it out yourself, as we see the Jordan limping around here, so he's certainly going to have to go into the pits after this lap. The car doesn't look like it's going straight at all, grabbing quite badly. So I think we'll be seeing him coming into the pits onto this lap as we do. Right, so into the pits, a hefty repair, and hopefully he can get out before the race finishes, which I'm pretty sure he will be able to, but that'll put him certainly down from 18th, which will, could promote car 91 up, depending on how much damage there is on that car, which looks quite extensive, so at least half an hour's worth of repair there.
For a second, we could appreciate from that camera shot the drop between the right side wall in pit entry and what's there, which is the paddock area. Impressive, scary when you see it live. You can see maybe from here, like it goes down straight away. Like I know this new pit new. I mean, everything is new to me because I'm very old, but. I remember when they switched to this kind of pit entrance, there were a lot of, as Carolis is in the pits by the way, a lot of criticism, but the space is what it is here at Spa. So I'm amazed that they were able to, get pit entry there. There is literally no space as going down the hill. Of course, the 92 also qualified very well, so they are sitting in the secondary part of pit lane. Now, in the real race, they don't have these extra barriers. They have cones to, keep the cars on their respective, on the proper side of the road when they enter the pits.
I'm just looking at the timing tower here, and I'm seeing car number 22, TGC Racing, currently been in the pits for 34 minutes, so they've certainly got damage.
No. More than that, 1 hour and 34 minutes.
1 hour and 34 minutes. So, the car 92 is only 2 places behind them, so they may, in fact, gain a place off that. And obviously, we've just seen there that we had the car, I think it was car 18 that went in, that had the extra damage that was in front of the car that we were just looking at. So the guys in car 92 may jump up 2 places into 23rd, but we'll see how it goes for the rest of the race.
And Mantas Klupsas is now behind the wheel. Maybe, yes. Taking tires. That rear wing looking like, a lightning bolt more than a rear wing right now. Let's go back to the 91. As they're about to put another lap on their teammates, yeah.
Always makes me laugh looking at the rear wings of these cars, and you think, well, they've just gone in for a pits, and it's probably 4 bolts that are holding that rear wing on, but yet they don't replace it. So you can see sort of the war of attrition that cars have been in by the state of their rear wing, as we saw on that Audi that we were just following there, where he had that crash. It was probably had 90-degree bends in it. coming into the pit. So I'm pretty sure that won't get repaired, and he'll still be in the same state when he comes out, however long it is to repair that car.
Getting past Eau Rouge, where we have one of the best, I would say, drinking locations of the racetrack on the outside, on the left side of the corner. So there is like this little, I would say, hut, mountain hut, mountain style hut, where they can serve fantastic drinks, but, and this somebody probably know this because I always talk about this little tidbit, the best place in terms of selection for beers and drinks of all sorts is absolutely the karting track, which, by the way, as the 91 is about to go past the karting track, we should see it from above, has been scanned by iRacing, just in case, you never know. You will see it now as there on the right side of your screen. There it is, the karting complex. Fantastic place to watch the race, by the way. There are some very, very good seats, and you can watch very, very close. And yeah, they have fantastic selection of drinks. Highly recommended. What I don't recommend is in this place here also you had the for some reason the only team to have their own separate location for the hospitality, etc. was the Bentley official team, and they were in this secluded location with security and no one could get closer. The only team that really was very reserved, because apart from that you could basically go anywhere you wanted during the race. And actually one of the best memories I have is walking around the paddock towards midnight, and there were a lot of Italian teams, of course, at the 24-hour race. So some of the mechanics were very kind enough to have a quick chat with us. We also had chat with a Pirelli technician that talked to us about the rubber that they use for every car in the 24-hour race. I've been to F1, I've been to this, I've been to minor events, I've been to a lot of sporting events, not just motorsports related, and I have to say that this is by far the best event I've been in, and I highly recommend, once again, the 92 and the 91, of course, after the 92 pit stop, close to each other. I highly recommend, when things go back to normal, to, especially you guys are so much closer than me, we had to have a 14-hour car trip all through the night to get here. You are basically next door.
Well, I lived in Germany for 9 years with my job, and I think you always take for granted where you are, because I was in Westfalen, so just over the border between Holland and Germany was where I was located. So I could have gone down to the Nordschleife, but I never did once in the 9 years I was there, and probably to this day I regret it not doing it, to at least experience it, or say I've driven around it. It would be super slow, because that track just scares me. Even on iRacing it scares me, but I think you always take for granted wherever you're living at the time, you don't do the major touristy things, which is probably, I don't know if it's just me or if that's the case with you guys as well.
I've been to the Colosseum once in my life. I've been inside St. Peter's once. You never really appreciate it as a local,
Yeah.
I tell people, oh man, you live in Rome, you must have gone to the Colosseum 100 times. I mean, yeah, outside, but inside only once. And so, which is, kind of, I think, again, I always say it like this. Maybe I'm driving or taking the public transportation. I'm in a rush to get somewhere. There is massive traffic. You don't really notice that maybe you are next to some fantastic monument or place full of history, and that's I've tried lately, like last 5-6 years, to really get a bit more appreciate more this amazing quantity of especially as a Roman history nerd like me, as the car in 5th place is in the wall that is at Le Combe, I think.
Yeah, I think it is.
Don't seem like they have major damage. Let's see. Okay, here it already happened, so hang on.
I think it'll probably be coming down Kemmel Straight. There's other cars who's taking the inside line, which obviously you have to go a lot slower, try to move out.
Looks like they were serving a slowdown. And from a slowdown to slowing down, Andy, and lack of concentration, it's
Yeah, for sure. It's very strange on that one. Obviously, they were going slow enough everywhere. Obviously, I think you get that though, don't you? You get your slowdown, you get at the end of your slowdown, you just think, right, I need to floor it now to make up that time, and unfortunately, that's what he did. And as we can see, obviously, there's a lot of marbles now being produced, and if you're off that racing line, which he was going on the inside, you're going to pick some of them marbles up. It's going to go in your tyres, as we can see there on the picture. All the marbles on the outside of the track, which is, I think, it's a great addition to iRacing to be able to see all the marbles, which you obviously get in real life. And at the end of a 24-hour race, I think there's only one clear line. The rest of it is just completely rubberized.
Absolutely. Oh, Sam is still with us. I thought
you fallen asleep again. Bless him.
I thought you went to the local to the, how do you call it, the chippy shop to get something to eat.
Well, I was waiting to say a moment ago when you were talking about going to see historical landmarks and magical places near your hometown. Of course, I live in the great county of Norfolk, and personally, I've made the most of it because I go to Great Yarmouth a couple of times a year. So I really do make the most of the places around. Superb places, Great Yarmouth. If anyone hasn't visited, don't know if you visited, Andy.
I believe I have been to Great Yarmouth, but a seaside town.
Impressive that you resisted to not come back. I must say, usually once you go once, you can't wait to come back.
I think the problem is I live at the other end of the country, although our country is obviously not that big, to be fair.
Well, you're welcome to come down whenever. Great, superb, crazy golf courses. That's Great Yarmouth, and all the other games as well that you can play around there. So lovely place.
Was that an officer's stay at yours, Sam?
So?
Was that an officer's stay at yours? I'm just saying, wow, it must have gone up in your estimate.
Well, I say that now, but we'll see at the end of the broadcast. Still got 3 more hours to go until for that to potentially change. Screencast just flipped out on my screen. I think everyone did, so that was probably on my end. Just needs to make sure he gets past this 488 nice and neat. You've been here from the start, Mike. When I saw the way that the traffic was being dealt with in the early stages, admittedly from the 91 and the 92 in particular, very aggressive driving, going for trying to lap drivers on the brakes from a few car lengths back. I think really within about the first 6 hours or so, the mindset had totally changed, and I think we're still seeing that now. Real passive has been the traffic, which has been very welcome, because in this split, I honestly thought that it'd be more problematic than it has been.
We talked about it in the beginning yesterday about these drivers, most of them being very inexperienced. And I mean, just the fact that they were able, they are on track to no pun intended, to finish a 24-hour race. It's absolutely fantastic, and I think that the experience not only you get at the end of the race, but the experience you start gaining during the race is absolutely invaluable. And the fact that they are sorry about the webcam disappearing, there we go. The fact that they seem to be all together, they can, during the downtime between stints, they can share these experiences. They are on the track, of course, in the same race, so you start also getting into the knowing the opponents, which car behaves in which way, or which driver, of course. As the car in 9th is off once again. This is the marvelous, not so pink, mostly magenta, but not 1050 Barbanera Racing magenta, mind you, Ferrari. So yeah, it's refreshing, and it's again not surprising to me to see that they are getting more and more, and I was so happy to every once in a while during the night, as I was waking up 100 times, fearing the worst, missing the broadcast, etc., despite my 4 or 5 different alarm clocks set, to see that the guys were still going on. And because if you can finish your first one, again, this is invaluable experience. And sometimes maybe you do the first time, your enduro doesn't go very well, you have to park the car after a few hours, and then when you do the second one, you have this almost like this monkey on your back, and you want maybe to do too much. But if you can finish the first one, or finish this enduro, which is not the first one, but of course this is I think the first one at Spa, you can really use it as fuel for your next attempts in or don't do it like me, because after my 12-hour of Sebring Triumph, I have never finished a race. Actually, I've never gone past the second hour of every enduro I attempted after that. So, with of course the Daytona 2021 being the low point, I think, but also we did Sebring in 2020. It lasted 35 minutes. Mind you, I was never at the wheel, which, for obvious reasons, for the disaster. But to be fair, Andy, you don't know this, but Sam got completely destroyed by a BMW that was driven by the owner of an insurance company. I still remember Jim Oxon sending him a message if he was looking for... No, sorry, a lawyer. Not a... He was sending his message to this guy. He was looking. I said, we are looking for a lawyer after our car was totaled at the start of the Daytona 24 hours. At least. And also you have to know, Andy, that race started like 3 or 4 hours later than expected because the servers crashed. So we had all this, all this hype, all this build-up, the pole position, and then it was over straight away.
I know that was a bit of a weird one, that one, wasn't it? I think it was 4 or 5 hours after the event should have started, they finally got it. I think the whole of the iRacing community was in outrage on all the chats on it. Oh, as we see, unfortunately, again, Matthew McConnelly spin out in the Audi that he's better. Oh, watch out to rejoin! Oh no!
And that car was sent into the Shadow Realm, and that car was the EV Charger's car that was in the back end of the top 10. That car was sent into the Shadow Realm.
Wow, that's something you don't want to be seeing, and that's unfortunately down to the inexperience there as we watch it here, coming around the corner, a bit blind, car in front of you, and there's just no chance. he had no chance of getting out of the way of that. And unfortunately, that's clearly the Audi driver's fault, which has put paid now to EV Charger Racing's sort of lap, that's the hard bit to take, isn't it, on these endurance races? 3 hours left to go and get taken out in that sort of circumstances it's quite hard to take.
Yeah, that was unlucky. That couldn't really do much about it, could he? I mean, by the time he was out of the corner, only then was the move coming across the circuit, so yeah, no chance to avoid that one. Marco reminded me of something when he was talking just back then, saying how he was having nightmares last night of course, the broadcast going live. I may have asked you this already, Andy, actually, but have you had to have the nightmares of missing a commentary? Because everyone at Apex Racing TV has those dreams. I mean, I have them fairly regularly. I'm sure Marco has had them in the past. Have you started to have the dreams of missing a commentary yet?
I haven't had the dreams, but obviously I'm still sort of wet under the ears with the commentary. I think I've only been doing it for sort of like 3 months or 2 months now. So, but I'm constantly looking back and just double checking the time I should be going on to stream, checking obviously the GMT time and then obviously our current UK time, and then just working out, thinking, right, I need to be there at this time. And so yeah, constantly double checking, because I think the last thing you want to do is leave the other commentary member on his own in the broadcast to fend for himself. So no, not yet, but I'm pretty sure they're coming.
One of my recurring nightmares, Sam knows about this, is starting a broadcast and then forgetting about it midway through, and then doing something else, and then I say, oh man, I left, oh no, how could I forget about it? It's as we have another
that one as well. Yeah.
Accident for the Mooslander's car. Let's see what happened. Of course, the Mooslanders are Canadian, I just realized. So how did they go from there to the gravel trap?
Oh, here we go. Oh, taking a long way around. Taking a scenic view. Obviously, the reverse on that car must be affected, so we can only go forwards. As we see Bill Choice here from the Lemon Wall Bangers going off again around the source. So I think the guys now are probably getting a little bit tired. The car's obviously very much beaten up, and didn't even attempt to turn that corner. Must have fallen asleep at the wheel there, I think.
Yeah, his last lap was a 25 actually for Bill, so he's not a slow driver or something, but yeah, that seemed very suspicious. Oh, and there was Sparks losing it again. At least he avoided a wall there.
Let's see if he put it on reverse or if he stayed...
see, his reverse is knackered.
By the way, on the outside there is like... On the outside of Puon and on the outside of Blanchimon, if you go a little bit too much to the right, there are some absolute craters, like moon-style craters there, so you don't want to jump there, lest you lose control of the car, as Marius goes past the BMW. Maybe?
Oh, no.
And that's going to be a huge impact for Marius into the corner of the car. We wait to see how much damage there is. Fortunately, it hasn't blown the engine, but, well, I mean, both of you saw that from a long way off.
Yeah, it's definitely something. Look at his rear left-hand wheel there. I think it's bent.
Yeah,
the car is completely gone. Oh, disaster.
Needs to tow.
Oh no, that could put pay to his second place. He's got 15 minutes, but I think that repair time is certainly going to be more than 15 minutes, so he's going to have everything to do. But classic mistake that you don't do in Spa. I mean, Oh, wow. Who was that car that was in front of me?
That was
T1? That was Team Chop that were currently in 8th place. So, oh no. I think probably all of us could see that coming a mile off.
good news for the 91 is that the car in 4th, the Lemons Wallbanger, just had a massive off. And they have towed back to the pits. This is the car that went straight earlier. Did they blow the engine? They are going very slowly. Yeah, the engine is dead. And this is going to be a long repair. Or maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Let's try again.
Interesting to go just a bit further back than that to where he had...
Well, we'll be able to hear the spluttering soon, I imagine. I think that's spluttering to me.
Yeah.
Now, what you need to do in this situation is go across the grass, and then that cuts off a bunch of time. And you're also going to have less friction, I guess, on the grass as well, but he hasn't done that, and then he's going to force himself to go slowly here, and then he's having to accelerate with 0 fuel up a hill, so couldn't quite make it. I mean, not that he was going to get anywhere near far enough down the pit lane either. I'm not sure where his pit stall is, but I mean, if it was on the other pits, then he wasn't going to make it anyway.
It's on the first one. He's on because he's plus 31 as the Marius reflecting on his crash.
I mean, he didn't really need to be doing that, I don't think. I think obviously he probably realised that he shouldn't do, but I would imagine he thought that the car he wasn't expecting the car to come across him like that. But you know, going down that straight coming into Radion Rouge, you just make sure that there's no need or no margin for errors coming down. As we see here, side by side, the car on the right comes out. I mean, he probably didn't see him either because the 91 car was just slightly behind him. So he must have known he was there going into La Source, but yeah, that's going to be costly.
And
as
this
we
is
see there, the car number 4 going out, so he's now got his fuel back on. So the Lemon Wallbanger are back out. Luckily, they ran out of fuel just on pit entry, so didn't have a big tow back to back to the pit lane. But unfortunately, as we saw there, with car 91 obviously went out up a Rouge and right at the start of the lap. So he's going to have at least a 3-minute tow back to pit plus the repair time. So current distance, current time to 3rd place is 16 minutes. So yeah, I think 3rd place and 22 minutes to 4th place. So I think he's going to be coming back out maybe in 5th place.
I don't think that 16 minutes is very reflective because it's only 6 laps, so 2 minutes per lap, probably 2 minutes and a bit, probably 13 minutes, 14 minutes, so not that far off to be fair, but yeah, I think it's even worse than the 16 that the timing is currently showing. It's going to be a couple minutes shorter than that one, so that's...
they are back in the pits because they are switching drivers.
Yeah.
So this is positive. Saulius is jumping in the car. This is, I think, Sam, one of the aspects that we were talking about earlier. The the wear and tear, especially mental wear and tear that you get at the end of a 24-hour race, where probably a risk that wouldn't have been taken, on normal circumstances, but of course. And immediately you realize what you have done, not necessarily that it was Marius's fault, but as we were saying earlier, probably a bit too risky to go side by side with a car there this late in the race. So this is one other thing that can happen and does happen in endurance racing, the mental wear and tear that gets to you sometimes.
Yeah, so it's a weird situation to be in, because of course you look back at mistakes like that and you always think, oh, why did I push that much? And I mean, it could be an incident like that. It could be a self-spin. I think, oh, going into that corner, I was pushing for an extra 2/10 and then I've just crashed and lost myself 20 minutes. I mean, why on earth was I driving that? Of course, at some point you got to drive the. At some point you got to, you know, find a balance. That's, I think, at least from my experience, only with experience do you kind of get the mindset of crashing even before it's happened, almost. Where you can, like, where you're thinking already of the worst case scenario. Having a negative mindset almost in an endurance race is almost the best mindset to have, because then you think of all the things that could go wrong, and yeah, you try to avoid those incidents. So no, it's yeah, tricky one, because of course these guys are fairly new to iRacing, but you know, yeah, once again, just another lesson learned.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I can't even imagine what's sort of being said. I think at the moment in the room, I think probably the whole team are really disappointed. But exactly like you said, Sam, you need to learn from these sort of incidences and think, you know, what did I do wrong there? What could I have done better? And take that on forward. I mean, and like you said, you know, they've only been on iRacing for a short amount of time, so to even be where they are at the moment and the current level that they're running at the moment, it is amazing. They've had Daytona was their first 24-hour race where they finished in the top 10. They did the Nürburgring 24-hour sim race where they came in the top 5, both teams. This one here has been a bit more of a war of attrition to them, so I haven't followed what they did in the first 2 endurance, if it was as many instances as they have as this one, but this one will be certainly a learning experience for the whole team to give them some sort of perspective and understand that, you know, these things happen in 24-hour races, and it's how you deal with it and how you come out the other side of it will make you a better racers.
So the 008 driver change, and back they have let's see, 4 laps to make up if they want to be in second. Lemon's wall banger car also back on track, and Alain Bulls of the Glue Racing team, which I don't know if it's the same in English, but in some languages, including Italian, is the sound you make when you drink water or you drink something, you know?
Kind of the same. We don't use that too much, honestly.
You know, I always love the difference in languages to, you know, these onomatopoeic words that should be the same for everyone, but they are not. Like, you know, there is the classic example of the dogs, no? That in Italian they do bow bow, and in English they do woof woof, you know? Even though dogs are ostensibly making the same sound all over the world, you know? So
that's a very good point. What about cats? We have meow.
No, we have meow as well. That is similar.
Felines always have the same.
I feel like after that incident, the mood maybe has got a bit negative. You know, you viewers maybe thinking, what a sad start to my Sunday morning. I think I know just the trick to cheer everyone up. Quiz number 2. Quiz question number 2 for Marco Barbanero, after unfortunately missing out by 20 years on the previous question. Marco, to me, this is probably the toughest question of the 3. Honestly, I think the last one you can kind of guess, and I think there's only a few can really go for. But I think this one's a bit trickier. Of course, we've already spoken about how Spa starts in 1920. Very different circuit back then. It used to be a triangle shape and about 15 kilometers long. It visited 3 different villages or towns on its route round. Started at one, went to the other to create the triangle shape. I want you to name the 3 villages / towns which formed the old Spa circuit. As a clue, 2 of them are corner names now, and one of them is also heavily mentioned when it comes to talking about Spa.
Yeah, so it's Stavelot and Malmedy are 2 of them. And I would say the other is Spa, but I'm sure it's wrong.
So that's what you're going for, Malmedy, Stavelot and Spa, is it?
Yes.
You were so close. Malmedy and Stavelot, excellent. It was Francorchamps.
Francorchamps, yeah. The other bit of the town, yeah.
That is 2. You've already beaten Andy, so congratulations. You can't beat Lee and Alex, unfortunately, from this point onwards. But you're still top of the commentators, I guess, on that one. Yeah, I don't think anyone's... No, well, Alex apparently got that one right. I don't fully trust that. I feel like Lee and Alex may have maybe rigged the system, honestly, giving themselves bonus points, to be fair. Alex is the head honcho, the big cheese, after all. So maybe that's I think a question mark by that 3, but no, yeah, that was how it was all formed. I think it's just Francorchamps. I think this part of the circuit is nearest to Francorchamps, and then yeah, of course the extremities of the circuit, Malmedy, where you used to turn left at Les Combes, and then Stavelot was kind of miles away, but kind of reconnecting, I guess, where the drivers are roughly around this part of the circuit. Of course, reaching the end of the circuit with the pit area, which is always kind of maintained around this part of the pit lane, the end part of the endurance pits, the classic pits, and then of course the GP pits built more recently. The new circuit was built.
I've crashed many times in the various villages in Grand Prix Legends many years ago, so that's why I know it.
I'd love to see it in... I mean, I always say this. I mean, I'd love to see any circuit in iRacing. But it would be cool. And I just feel like it's so positive, possible. I assume the roads haven't changed that much. I mean, go down to Spa, get one of the scanner things. I don't know how they do it, but it's just, yeah, like a scanner, a laser, whatever it is. Drive around for a bit, and then you've got the circuit, you know? That'd be very nice.
I can tell you this.
Sure, it might have been resurfaced by now or so.
When we...
I wouldn't mind a modern version of it with all the modern buildings. I think that'd be even cooler.
When we... No, there are no buildings. It's just fields and open roads. Actually, when we went there and we were driving around looking for the racetrack, we wondered a couple of times if we were actually on one of the original bits of the circuit, because it's all these long straights with corners all over the area around the racetrack. So it is quite possible that randomly we jumped on one of the roads that made up the old racetrack. So absolutely. I mean, it's... By the way, one thing I failed to mention earlier is that basically I call it a Bermuda Triangle of tracks because Andy was talking about the Nordschleife, and also very close to this and the Nordschleife it's Hockenheim, which we went to Hockenheim on the way to Spa on Friday morning of the German. They had the Grand Prix in Hockenheim the same weekend as the Spa 24, so we went there. They were setting up the all the stuff for the for the race there, and on a scale like moving between countries, etc. The 3 tracks are very close to each other. We wanted to go to the Nordschleife, but it was already too late on Sunday, and we had a long trip to Italy to do by car, so And this of course makes the 24-hour race and also the Grand Prix here at Spa. You really realize, you get fans from Germany, from France, from the Netherlands, from Belgium, of course, from the UK. It's like one of those, and I think it's going to be the same for the Dutch Grand Prix. Like, it's so close to a lot of countries that you get this beautiful melting pot of all these fans from all over the. Didn't the number? I think these guys the leaders got a drive-through because they were in the pits very recently.
Yeah, they were actually.
They were in the pits
sure,
on
honestly. I think
5:25. No,
Well,
they were in the
pit
pits
stop
of
was down here, wasn't they?
5:25. So they were in 2 laps ago.
Oh, you're right. So maybe the previous one then was. Yeah, maybe the previous one was.
No, because they changed driver in the previous one. But
yeah, they did. Yeah.
I see they are still stopped. So can't find any kind of drama for them.
We'll see what time they come out. So 45 seconds is normally a pit stop, an average pit stop. Obviously, stop and go penalty though. That's you would just get drive through. So it's very strange.
Yeah, I'll go back a little bit just to see anything going on.
So currently we've got car 91 in the pit, spin in the pit, 16 minutes 47 seconds at the moment. Still in second place, and 24 minutes, almost 24 minutes behind. Is that right? No, 20 seconds behind. So I think, Donkey Ball Racing. 30, a lap down. They're another lap down, aren't they? And plus 33 seconds. So it won't be long before the 91 car, unfortunately, will start moving down as we see a big hit there into the wall. That's car number 7, which is Square Motorsport Blue. Extensive damage. We're seeing a lot of people now losing concentration and silly little mistakes that are creeping into the race, which is to be expected when you're this late on into a 24-hour race. People are going to be starting to get a bit tired. The concentration levels are going to be a lot less than when they first started, and this is where you can make up a lot of places if you're clean, smooth, and keeping your eye on the apexes. And as we see here, 91 got a little bit wide into that corner, but getting it round okay. But yeah, just interesting to see where the 91 car comes out. Is that the 91 out?
Yes, wow. They are out, yes.
Okay, well that wasn't as bad, so it must have been just this one side suspension damage, so 17 minutes in the pit, so not as bad as we initially thought for the team. So still in second place at the moment, lost probably a lot of their advantage now. Not seeing the split between the Donkey Bot Racing team at the moment. It's not coming up on my timing tower, but yeah, guys are still in second place, so they haven't lost any places in there. Obviously just lost time that they had in advantage over third place. So yeah, just need to keep it now, guys. Learn from that and just drive the car within the means and safely to make sure you secure this position now. That's quite amazing that they came out that quick, considering they had to tow back as well. So they towed back, plus obviously 17 minutes in the pit, so they were quite a considerable distance ahead of third place at that time. They come back into the pits.
Let's see.
So the car's still not quite, so obviously the optional repairs that they've got, they're probably going to have to take a little bit more time. So as long as they're just monitoring the time where third place is, then you can. I'm not sure. On optionals, can you decide to stop doing them whenever you want to?
Yes.
Yeah, with the options you can. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's surprising because that car seems to be driving very well. Honestly.
Yeah.
There didn't really seem to be any steering issues. So
unless
they do a drive swap or something.
Unless they got a drive-through. We'll see.
That's a good shout. That's an excellent shout because of course you would have got a 4X, wouldn't you? And they crashed. So that's a very good shot, Mark.
We'll have to see if they stop.
There's the 008, by the way. Here they come, so now they are on the same lap.
Do they stop or not?
Marco, you are a genius. Well
There
done.
you go. First drive-through we've seen of the race. So obviously every 20 now, after that, they will get another drive-through. So we just need to be careful. Still in second place. They are on the same lap as Donkey Bot Racing. 3 minutes behind it. You can see that we just saw the car just go past them. So they've got plenty of time. They just need to keep it clean now to the end of the race. So we have 2 hours and 17 minutes left of this race. So another 2, possibly 3 stops left, Sam?
Yeah, 2 more stops to go. Probably 50 odd minutes for each stint. 40 minutes, or maybe 40 minutes. I don't know. I'm mad. My brain is still not perfect.
So can we say that?
2 hours
20
to go.
So can we say that your operational interval, Sam, is between 7 p.m. And like midnight for broadcasting purposes?
I know. I was feeling very tired yesterday as well. By the time we were ending, so I'm not even sure. I don't think I have an operational period, honestly. You know, like you have. Oh man, I'm trying to think of an example here. I don't think there's really a metaphor that I could use, but no, I'm not sure if I. Maybe 12 o'clock, midday. I think midday might be an alright time for me. I think that might be when I'm in my prime. So watch out for that. It's going to be an exciting moment when we get to that time.
I mean, I feel weird when I used to do with you some Australian stuff, because I think for me everything before like 9 or 8 p.m. my time always felt weird, you know. Like you know, I'm not supposed to stay to be in front of iRacing this early, you know. So. Of course, endurance races being the exception, but you know, as the timing tower is having its moments, but now 2 minutes 41, it will of course update itself. It's a bit, it's getting its bearing straight, you know, especially because it's trying to get the you know, the distance between the 2 cars correctly. So it was a 304.6, but of course that is heavily influenced by the drive-through. So we will see the gap seems to be down to 2 minutes. Last lap from the 008 was 2 minutes 27. Let's see this proper lap from the 91 to have an idea. And of course, fingers crossed right now. My biggest fear, of course, would be in this moment of the day. Let's hope the engine holds on. There is no damage to the engine. There is nothing worse than having the bad surprise towards the end of the race and the puff of smoke, and the race is over.
Yeah, I think obviously when we saw the crash happen, they didn't quite hit the backside. They hit the right-hand side of the car down the side. So, like you say, Marco, let's just hope that their engine's okay. They did seem to be doing the same sort of speed as they were previously doing down the Kemmel Straight, doing about. Oh, is a car going off in the background there? Yeah, I'm not quite sure. That was a disappear act and then rejoined, but pretty heavy out of poo on.
Louis Jacques.
I'm trying to
Louis Jacques.
Trying to find him. Where is he?
29th.
There we go. No, he's just he's doing the Christmas tree special.
That was a good spot there, Sam. You're waking up, mate. Nice to see.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have some more fun, shall we? Let me have fun for once.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay. Wow.
Don't worry. I will join in. But I first want to ask Andy and then Sam. Most embarrassing moment in iRacing, both in commentary or driving. I mean, whichever you prefer. Commentary, driving, whatever, spotting.
I would say that it's the one that Sam never lets me live down, which is last season in the GTE Championship at Samoa. I was in the Ford GT going into the last corner. Unfortunately, I got hit off by a driver behind me going into that corner, disorientated me. And I did a rookie mistake and didn't really look at my relative and reversed back and took out the first place, which it wasn't just take him out, I properly took him out and he retired from the race. So, and that was caught live on the stream, and I think that was probably my most embarrassing moment in iRacing.
Excellent question, by the way, Marco. I mean, this is yeah, a very good one. Okay, I'll bring you two. I'll bring you one racing one, which wasn't super embarrassing, but I am a bit ashamed of it. I like to think that on the most part I've been quite a fair driver over the years. But I remember back in 2017, I tried to drive. I think it was maybe a GT3 car around Sebring, and I was absolutely hopeless around Sebring. Hadn't done enough practice. I was probably only 2.5k at the time, probably lower than that, probably like 2k at the time. So I wasn't driving particularly well at the time. I think I had a few collisions with a driver, and back then I didn't communicate with people on, the voice comms. So I would always use the quick buttons, like the 1, 2, 3, 4, which is like the quick responses by like default that you can have on iRacing. And I think I had this guy who I think I accidentally hit out like twice, and I was genuinely like sorry for him, but whenever I seemed to press any of the buttons, it always came out with like a really snarky response. So at one point, I think because he didn't want to be taken out by me for like a third time, I meant to say thanks on the button, but of course I'm trying to drive on the circuit, not to take someone else out. So I think at one point I said bad move when he let me pass, and this guy must be thinking, what an idiot. I mean, what have I done to this guy to deserve everything that he's absolutely throwing at me? I did send him a PM. I don't think I'm not sure if he even read it, to be honest, after the race. But I think he got a very bad impression of me, and from that moment on I swore never to use the text commands ever again. And really, in terms of commentary, just my first few ever commentaries, they were so bad. And I mean, people always say, oh man, I was so bad when, I mean, Dane Baird often is embarrassed by his first ever commentaries, but I remember listening to them. They were not bad compared to mine.
Yeah, I mean, mostly because Dane wasn't talking. Mostly because Dane wasn't talking during his first few commentaries. We love you, Dane.
Well, you're getting the inside scoop here, so do tell us more.
I mean, this was meant to be embarrassing for us. We're somehow managing to embarrass Dane Baird at the same time. But yeah, I was so bad. I mean, if people want to try, you can go back to 2017, early May, when I think maybe SRA round Silverstone, I think was my first ever one. And it's the worst commentary you've ever heard, and I honestly have no idea. And it took me a good year. I mean, pretty much until you joined, Mark. Even when you joined, I was still not very good. But honestly, a year before that, I was so much worse. And somehow, I was retained. Admittedly, I wasn't invited to any commentaries for like 6 months. I think because I was so bad. And then eventually, I think they ran out of commentators and had to invite me back just to fill up the numbers. So, yeah, that was bad. That was very bad. Those first few commentaries. So why was Dane not speaking for his first few commentaries? Was he particularly quiet or something?
You mentioned my first ever commentary. Remember that you dropped midway through the race, no?
Yeah.
So
I also forgot to do the race results at one point, which is a very rookie mistake, honestly, which was also a bit embarrassing.
Basically, during as we have an off for the number 11, no harm, no foul there. So in Dane's first ever I think it was his first ever. I don't know if it was his tryout broadcast or his first ever proper commentary with us. I think more the first ever proper commentary. He was supposed to do a Formula 3.5 with me, Austin, and himself, of course, and Dane. So midway through the race, I'm just doing the cameras. I don't want to, especially because 3 is a crowd. Especially in shorter races. Not now, it's of course a must in enduros. So I left. I left Dane and Austin on the call, and I was just doing the cameras. And at some point, classic thunderstorm in Texas, and Austin goes down, and so I come back on the microphone, and of course, I let Dane lead, and I was going to do some color until Austin was back. And so I was trying to feed, stuff to Dane, give him assists to take charge of the situation. And the race was very chaotic, so I was also, couldn't talk too much because I was, it was a exciting F3.5 race at Imola. And Dane, was saying 2 or 3 words and then silence. And it went on for 2 or 3 minutes, and at some point I get a private message from Lee and says something like, "Marco, is everything okay there? A lot of dead air. Are you guys fine?" He was feeling like the worst that happened to us. But I have to say, Dane, got into gear, and now is of course one of our top commentators. But we all have humble beginnings, absolutely. So yeah, but that broadcast is famous. You can just, I shouldn't say this, but go and check it out. Formula 3.5 from Imola. It was like 2 or 3 years ago. You will notice it. I think it was 2019. Just
you were on my first one, Michael, as well, weren't you? It was the IGP Fun down in Silverstone. Yeah, it must be a newbie's track to Silverstone.
I'm like, the haters would say that I'm everywhere, so it's inevitable that I'm doing a lot of first broadcasts, and they would be completely correct, by the way.
I won't ask you how you felt my first one went. I won't put you on the spot like that.
It's very good.
Very good. I absolutely no issues with that. But if you want to do this, I think it's a lot like wanting to be a referee in football. If you like to do this and you like to try this out, you must be knowing what you're you don't casually stumble upon doing sim racing commentary or broadcasting. So you at the very least have the knowledge of knowing what you're talking about. So it's very difficult to have a complete disaster of what happened to the Toyota Ferrari, by the way.
It blew up.
Yeah, engine gone.
Oh, look at that. This is absolutely, no disrespect to the guys, but seeing a Ferrari with smoke coming from the engine is always a very pleasant thing. I remember the shock, the absolute shock, especially from Samuli here at Apex Racing TV when I confessed my hatred for Ferrari and Valentino Rossi.
It's surprising though, mate. Italians normally love Rossi and the prancing horse. It's refreshing to see an Italian that thinks the opposite.
Ooh, careful. Come
on.
By the way, no need to risk for the 91 because the gap to the 008 is stable. It is not decreasing, so they are keeping a good pace. Let's see the lap time comparison. And as you can see, I mean, it is decreasing, but very slightly, and actually the last lap it has increased. So the 91, despite the damage, seems to be in a good position to keep up second place, or at the very least keep up the podium.
Yeah,
there's
the
the
slow one there. I think it was second behind, but I think the obviously back markers are coming to play a little bit more. Have we got the overlay for the map? Have we, Marco? So we can see the traffic in front of the car 91 just to see what it's going to be coming up.
So there's the 91, the guy with the 3. Going to the chicane is the 008. And let's not forget about the 6 car, which right now is just in front of them, coming out of no-name corner.
Okay, so, I mean, as we see there, No Emissions Motorsport 7 laps ahead of second place at the moment, managing to keep themselves out of trouble. And they pretty much just need to make sure they keep it clean now, and they've got the pole position and race win in the bag for them. And the one that we're looking at here, car 91, they just need to do the same now. They need to keep a consistent lap time, just keep Donkey Bot Racing at an arm's length, which are doing very good at the moment, and just, you know, don't get themselves into a situation which could cause the issue like we saw going up El Rouge, because that really puts play to rest, certainly with its last 2 hours. I think this is probably the nervous part of the race, because you're so close to finishing. I mean, I certainly felt nervous when I was in the seat and I was doing the last stint in Daytona that we talked about earlier, and you're just constantly looking at relatives, seeing, am I doing the time? Am I still keeping this guy behind me at bay? And the guys were saying to me, don't worry about where he is behind him, just race your race. You know, stop looking behind you, because that's where you're going to make mistakes. So, you know, hopefully the guys are saying to him, just carry on what you're doing, don't worry about behind, we'll let you know if anything happens. And basically just get on with the race and keep the lap times consistent. I think that's all you can do, but it's the cutting edge part of the race now. Going into the last 2 hours of the race, last couple of pit stops coming up, and then it's a race to the checkered flag.
By the way, I haven't forgotten about my most embarrassing moments. So if I can right now, so certainly as a driver, you know, it's incredible how much things change, you know, over the years. I always had a reputation for being a bit, you know, quick on the trigger, you know, in the past, and that has changed a lot recently. And I think the decisive moment was this. It was 2015, of course, my first year in iRacing, and I'm doing 2016, apologies. So my second year in iRacing, I was doing a IndyCar race at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. And back then, I tell you, I was top split material, incredibly, believe it or not. So I dominating the race, absolutely, you know, there is absolutely no way I'm losing the race. Go to the pits, and of course caution comes out, so I'm trapped 1 lap down, as there is a spin for the number 10. So I managed to get back on the track, and trying to beat out the pace car coming out of the pits. There is a guy in front of me that pits with me. You will see again the contact, and he for some reason goes very slowly coming out of the pits, way below the pit limit speed, so we get passed by the pace car and we lose the lap. I'm not happy, I'm very unhappy. So what I try to do is, in pure Italian style, I go very close to him, like side by side with him, like 20 kilometers per hour, like we are basically standing still. And you know, like you do in the road, no? You go side by side with the car, and then you go down with the no, zzz, and then you say something to the driver, no? And so I go next to him and I open the mic and say, "What are you doing?" You know, classic stuff. I kid you not, this was wrong on so many levels. I very, very, out of frustration, I very slightly moved my wheel to the left to give him a slight tap. My front left with his front right. But the iRacing code decides to basically make a mess of our cars. And what was just a very, very slight wrong, don't do this, people at home, tap to the other driver, becomes me jumping on top of the car over his rear wing, which was not repairable back then, remember when I was talking about a few hours ago, and then landing on the opposite side of him. His car was completely destroyed. Like, there was nothing left. And yeah, that cost me a 7 days ban, and it cost me the Indy 500 that was 2 days later. I was practicing so hard to do for the first time in iRacing. So don't do that. That was very embarrassing. It was basically what Vettel did to Hamilton the year after in Baku. But, with iRacing morphing into each other in effect. But again, I shouldn't have done it, so don't do it.
It's a good lesson to learn. And yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, Marco. That's certainly I don't think of you as an aggressive driver. Quite a surprise that you went to that level. I was feeling bad for accidentally sending some criticism to another driver earlier on, and you've gone and wrecked someone out of a race. So no, yeah, that was clearly a good lesson on that case.
Commentary-wise, we had the final round of the BSR GT3 Championship. Do you remember that, Sam?
I remember the season. I'm not sure if I remember this commentary.
No, you don't remember the race because you went missing in action for the final 3 rounds. So the commentary was me and Samuli for the final 3 races of the season. And they had the playoffs, etc., no? BSR style.
Showdown.
The showdown, yes. And it was the famous season when we killed Scott Malcolm in Motegi, if you remember. I think it was 2 or 3 rounds after that, towards the end of the season. So, going through the results of the final race of the evening, the 3rd race. And as I go through the results, I accidentally knock over my water bottle and dump 1 liter of water all over me, the carpet, the floor, and I let out an Italian swearing live on the air. It's there to find on.
How did Mr. Kumo react?
I'm trying to do my best Samuli impression. I'm terrible at impressions. Marco, did you knock something over? Pit stop for the 92. In the meantime,
see the car actually going into the pits there. Unfortunately, hit that wall on the way in. It's very easy to do on this pit lane. It's you're going from quite a decent speed, and it's quite a deceiving tight turn going into that first turn into the pits. Hopefully, he's not done too much damage, as we see here coming through the curves, coming out, and as it just goes in, just here.
Oh!
Kisses the wall. Let's hope it's not a DWB incident where he's damaged the suspension. So it'll be interesting to see if we go on board with him. It's just to see if it's the steering looks okay. So I think he's got away with that one. But we did see earlier that a car did the same sort of thing, maybe a little bit harder, and got suspension damage and took 30 seconds to repair, which cost them the race, really.
Man, Sam, next time we do an enduro together, we need to drive the Porsche because, I mean, our Lamborghini was completely destroyed after one hit with the wall. And 91 and 92 have had their fair share of troubles, and they're still going strong.
That's a good
definitely.
shout. Yep.
You can see the damage on the car.
Mangled.
92 certainly been in the wall, though, if you look at that car. The 91 car's had a bit of repair work done because it's looking okay at the moment. So they might have been dressing it up for the finale for when they come over the start finish line. But it seems just looks like it's got an additional bend in the rear wing, and obviously the back end looks a bit, but the front looks surprisingly okay at the moment.
Yeah, it does look a little bit better than what it did earlier on. Lap times not particularly impressive from a Brutus, but I imagine the track's got even warmer. This is probably going to be about the peak of the track temperature. I mean, I'm guessing maybe low 40s, mid 40s in terms of track temperature at the moment. So not a whole lot of pace for the drivers. As the fuel wears down, here we are. 41, not too bad. For the drivers, maybe well, yeah, half 2 in the afternoon, so it'll probably start cooling down fairly soon. Still partly cloudy, so not absolute maximum temperatures. You can imagine July 31st. I mean, that's one of the warmest days of the year, so it is tricky for the drivers out there. But hopefully, of course, they've got setups which are prepared for this, for these grip levels. And I guess going this far into the race, I mean, the track would have reached 100% rubbered many hours ago anyway, to be fair. But, you know, whilst the rubber can sometimes help the track a little bit initially, once you get to that 100%, it just turns slick, as far as I'm aware, at least. You actually start to lose the grip. So, really not a whole lot out there. It's quite tricky unless you set up your own kind of server to actually practice in these conditions, because all the official practice sessions would have been in the late afternoon with 0% track usage. This is very different right now.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it'd be good, and obviously a shout out to the team. This is obviously coming into the last hour, we're within the 2 hours now. If there's anyone, you know, want to come on the broadcast, tell us how it's gone, and certainly, you know, we'd appreciate it after the race if you can come on and just give us your thoughts. Then that'd be brilliant to hear from the team. We've obviously heard today from, or yesterday it was, from Gustas about, you know, a little bit more about the history of One Boy's story, where you know, a bunch of Porsche enthusiasts decided to get together and do a track day, but then sort of decided to take it one step further and try and look at some real life endurance racing. So they had only done sort of like track days in the past with their classic Porsche cars. So they somehow managed to get Gustas to come on to coach them, who himself is an accomplished driver, and obviously 2019, 2020, they won the Asian Le Mans series and was Rookie of the Year in that series. So considering they've only been iRacing for three months, they've come a long way, and obviously with Gustav, he's learned a lot. When we chat to him earlier on, he said, you know, he's learned a lot from seeing it from the other side. So being a driver, he's only ever seen it from the position of sat in the car, but with working with these guys, he's now seen it from the other end, looking at strategies, you know, managing the team to be able to say what to do, and coaching them to bring on. So I think it was a very astute and wise move to bringing Gustav to the team, and obviously Gustav has got himself something out of it, but their main aim is to, like I said, to do a real life endurance racing, and obviously that's why they're doing these iRacing 24-hour endurance races, to get the practice in, to get a few in the iRacing world under the belt before they do it in real life. So, you know, real good story there from the One Boy story, and it just shows that, you know, anything's possible if you put your mind to it. You just got to be dedicated and probably have a little bit of cash behind you. But certainly from an iRacing point of view, the cash is a lot more cheaper than the real life 24-hour races. So any of the guys out there that are racing and want to come on the stream, then please do.
Well, you got quite some experience with that, Marco, in terms of your marshalling at is it Vallelunga, and I mean, did you see kind of any kind of teams like that who took part in any races in Vallelunga, where maybe they haven't got a whole lot of experience, but kind of just fanatics and decide to take to the circuits. Have you kind of known any teams like that in the events that you've covered?
Knowing like personally, no, but it's quite common, especially in the lower series of Italian motorsport, to have these very, very amateur teams, you know, that you know, they are made up of father, the son, the cousin, you know, the uncle, which has the terrible drawback of having the rest of the family with them. And those are usually the most unruly kind of pit lane personalities that you have to constantly shout and send back into the garage, because, you know, they think it's a good idea to, you know, walk across the pit lane. They want to stay on the pit while the race starts, which is not allowed, etc. But it's great to see the passion, you know, from you know, and we know that especially costs-wise, it's very expensive, even at lower levels in motorsport. In fact, by the way, Sam, I don't know if you know this, but in Italian motorsport, it's very common to have what happens in sim racing. Like, usually they, you know, we don't have a lot of racetracks in Italy, so a lot of series do, you know, let's say a 10-race calendar, and they go twice to Vallelunga, twice to Imola, twice to Monza, you know. And usually Vallelunga bookends the season. It's usually one of the first events and the last. I remember one year we had the Italian Prototype Championship in 2019, and the first time they came, it was May. Fantastic day of racing. Italian GT, we had the Sprint Cup, we had the Formula Regional, we had the Italian F4 with 35 cars. It was one of those days where it rained and stopped raining and then started raining again. So the Prototype Championship, they had like 35 entries, and then in September, the final round of the season, they had 11 entries. The championship was the same. Like, people in Italy don't want to race anymore when they know it's you know, late in the season, and they are out of championship, you know, they are out of championship contention. So it happens in real life as well.
Do they pay the fee for all of the events in one go, or is it entry for each individual event?
I would guess the second thing.
Maybe we should hike up our prices, perhaps. Deposit $1,000, you get 980 of it back if you do all the rounds. Maybe that would.
So, by the way, in September we had the Italian GT coming back, but this time for an endurance event. It was a 3-hour race. I was working pit road as per usual, and I was assigned to the BMW Italy racing team that won the race in GT3. They had Alexander Sims. I think you've heard of him. They told me he's quick as a guest driver. And yeah, they won, etc. It was fun. We had the Italian Porsche Cup, you know, of course, Italian TCR. And of course we had that Italian smart race that Weian posted the video a few weeks ago. The flip that happened right in front of me. Tell you what, electric vehicle racing, when you have a crash like that, you hear nothing, and then all of a sudden you hear the crunch of the car being destroyed. It's quite scary. But yeah, the end of the race in the Italian GT Sunday was the last race of the calendar, of course, of the proceedings. We had like a bit of drama. Like, one of the amateur like very amateur teams, when they went back to pit road to go into the park firm, they this guy was driving a Mercedes GT3 and got stuck. He couldn't turn the car. Like, he got it from a bad angle, so he couldn't, and this caused a massive like traffic jam. as we were trying to instruct the driver, that then he stole the car, you know, all that stuff, no? So we had another driver, Ferrari driver, that does a lot of WEC racing as well, I won't say the name, that gets frustrated and throws a... It was not Fisichella, by the way. Fisichella was driving for another team. He was in the race, but he wasn't him. He throws like a prima donna tantrum, exits from the car in the queue, and says something along the lines of this racetrack is run by, and I cannot say the word, and leaves the car in the middle of pit road for us to... But karma was working for us, and it wasn't our doing, you know, but that particular car, during the 30-minute mandatory park firm period, apparently investigation decided it was like a rival team that was not happy. Someone was able to sneak into the park firm and activate the internal fire extinguisher on that particular Ferrari car. So, I don't know if you know this, but the internal fire extinguisher is a team's worst enemy. Because when that happens, cleaning that stuff is absolutely a mess. It takes hours upon hours, and that's the last thing you want to do on Sunday afternoon / Sunday night. So someone was not happy with the team, and we were seeing from a distance this Ferrari getting all like white on the inside, and the team members were not happy. Let's put it this way. Oh man, I'm so sad that COVID happened for a variety of reasons, of course, but mainly because I couldn't do any kind of marshalling in 2020 and 2021. But I can't wait to be back. It's the stories you can tell after each round. The fights in the paddock, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I know what you mean with them fire extinguishers as well, Marco. Not from a racing car perspective, but obviously I was in the military, and on the big tanks they had that system as well, and I know what the mechanics were because that was my job. Is that as soon they had big canisters, there was probably about 15 kilos of the fire extinguishers because these engines were huge. But when one of them went off, literally, it was like a scene from Christmas in the engine bay, and it also managed to get within the cockpit, the cockpit of the tank, and it was it literally just coats everything. And it takes a little bit longer than an hour to clean one of them big beasts, but I know exactly what you mean from the internal fire extinguishers on them. They go off at a rapid rate of knots as well, if you've ever seen one, Marco.
It's sorry? Did you ask me a question, Andy? Sorry, I was switching cameras.
I was just asking if you ever witnessed one of them actually going off when somebody's pulled it.
No, just saw the aftermath from that particular Ferrari. And when we did our marshalling course, we also got a very quick training. We had one day of training only on normal fire extinguishers. No, even though we have the firefighters on the racetrack, but in case of emergency, you need to be able to use the fire extinguisher and know the different types of fire extinguisher. And the head fire marshal of Vallelunga told us everything about it, but then the race director of Vallelunga came in and said, guys, unless it's strictly necessary, avoid spraying the inside of the car with a fire extinguisher, so the teams prefer like a fire to the fire. I find it odd, but at the same time, having seen that stuff go everywhere, I also understand why they Thankfully, the biggest fire we've had in my marshalling tenure was in early 2019. Waste basket in the women bathroom at Vallelunga paddock caught fire. That was the biggest fire intervention they had to do.
Yeah.
Like
I bet when you were told that, you were like, I want to set one off now. How can I set one off? I think that's always the way. Please don't do this. I really want to do that now.
See the gap, and as you can see, a bad lap with it off from the 008. So the gap is now back to being 1 lap between the two cars. There they are. So that off by the 008 at Lecombe made it possible. Let's see it again. For the 91 to get back to the margin of 1 lap. There you see the 91 in the background. The 008 went for the overtake, then thought about it a second time and missed the corner.
Seeing that mistake a bit more now. Obviously, that is quite a technical, and there's a specific braking point coming into Lecombs to be able to get that first corner done right. And obviously, caught a bit out there with the back marker in front of him that probably covered his braking marker and broke a little bit late into that corner, and unfortunately went on. But car 91 now hopefully saw that they are a lap above now in 3rd place, and just enjoy this last hour and 40 minutes of the race. I think they deserved it with the trials and tribulations of the last 23 hours. And yeah, just bring it home now, guys. That's all you need to do.
Sam, I just realized something about most embarrassing moments. I think there is one worse for me than that.
Oh, okay.
Although this has also been caught live on camera, my spectacular exit from the what was the name of the race? The Bathurst 200 or something like that on Apex Racing TV.
Oh yes. I think that might take the biscuit, honestly, because I think that other one maybe has been buried underneath. He's a very respectful man. He's probably not going to bring it up that often.
No. I'm not talking about.
Love to bring that one up.
No. I'm talking about driving mistake, not commentary mistake.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that race was a bit of a mistake from the beginning, and I would argue that my crash would have never happened if someone set the session properly.
Give it a rest. Okay, one, I did set up the session properly, but time of day was fairly new at the time, so the settings were very iffy. Second, you had headlights, and it was on a straight. I mean, heck, I don't know how you'd survived half an hour driving down the mountain that entire time. It was all your fault, Marco. If anyone doesn't know, and you ought to, because I feel like I bring it up enough. Marco was looking at his SDK Gaming HUD. What was it on there? Was it the live timing or something you were looking at?
No, I was being naughty boy, and I was actually using JRT.
Right.
Back then, SDK was in its very infancy, so it didn't have all the bells and whistles it has right now. By the way, sdk-gaming.co.uk if you want this beautiful graphics for your own streams and or leagues, and it also works as an heads-up display for your iRacing, so you can have all the informations you want. sdk-gaming.co.uk. So yeah, it was. But we had something like this earlier. In the first hours I was doing, if you remember, there was a car that had a massive moment on the backstretch, on the Camel Straight, and it was quite clear he was looking at something, because he went all the way to the grass and then started, moving the wheel left and right to save. I think it was the E-Girl team, if I'm not mistaken, which is not racing anymore. Probably this explains why. But yeah, I was managing my my fuel, etc., and yeah, I found myself into the wall on the backstretch but I have to say that driving at night at Bathurst with the every time I saw the headlights of a GT3, it scared me then, and I'm forever scarred by it. So Sam, I will never forgive you.
Yeah. Sorry about that one. Yeah. 90 minutes of Bathurst. A crazy event that was. And of course, no night lighting at Bathurst. So when it did go dark, within 10 minutes of the race starting, it was properly dark. There was absolutely no illumination whatsoever around the circuits, and so yeah, anyone who managed to complete a lap was doing very well, considering that they had absolutely no practice as well beforehand. Fortunately, we haven't had too many incidents similar to that. We did have Zolder, which once again was not my fault. It was a remarkable iRacing glitch there, where the time of day somehow advanced by 7 hours between warm-up and feature race, which isn't even a setting you can change in the first place. But yeah, on the most part, managed to avoid too many of them ever since.
I mean, no, you go ahead, Andy. Yes.
I'm just saying, I'm seeing a reoccurring thing here, Sam. Is that nothing's ever your fault, mate? Is that your philosophy? Is that your motto in life? It's not my fault.
I put up my hands when I make a mistake. I've never put my hands up because I've never made a mistake, but that's totally unrelated. But I can honestly say, okay, maybe the Bathurst one, there's a chance that it could have been my fault. I will admit that one. But I can assure you that the iRacing sim, it is impossible to advance the time of day between warm-up and feature. So I am sure that that wasn't my mistake. So I'm certain about that one. But no, you'll notice that I'll mention the events where it wasn't my fault in the end, or at least I don't believe it was my fault. There have been many others where it was totally my fault when it comes to setting up sessions, but I just tried to not include them too much.
You know, Sam, I have to be honest with you. You have to remember that when I saw that night race at Zolder, I said to myself, "Oh, cool! We're having a night race." So, you know, I was giving you credit. But I still remember the sheer terror among the grid that day at Bathurst, where everyone was sitting there and we said, "Why is it 5 in the afternoon, not 5 in the morning?"
Yeah, doing me. Drivers loved it at Zolder. Really had an absolute ball.
It was fantastic.
No complaints, really. Unfortunately, we've had to change the format ever since because of that glitch, which also affected the Motegi round as well. On the previous one, we used to have a nice system where we'd have a race in the morning and a race in the late afternoon with custom time, or maybe, you know, vary it a little bit. Now, because we can't trust the system, we have to just follow on from each race. So that's a little bit of a shame, I must say. But no, it's still it went down a storm. Did that one, despite the fact that Zolder has, similar to Bathurst, no floodlights whatsoever.
I think they have a 24-hour race there in real time, and we had everything is okay. I saw the number 008 go off, but it probably just went wide at Blanchimont.
Well, we're talking there, obviously, Marco and Sam. Just seeing there, the 91 car, I feel is maybe pushing it a little bit too hard, coming out there, making some moves that he probably, you know, doesn't really need to be making. He's obviously that far ahead, and I think some of the corners he's getting a little bit squirrely out. Obviously, the temperature of the track is rising. It's getting quite hot now. They just need to be safe going down on the field. Maybe some of the moves are maybe a bit too much risk involved in it, where they don't really need to be doing it. So just keep it nice and smooth, guys, and you got a lap on the next place. You don't want to be taking a repair to put yourself in any sort of jeopardy. So, but I suppose it's just human nature to make sure you're constantly doing the lap times that you need to be doing to get it out. But this close to the end of the race, an hour and a half left, or an hour and 28 minutes left to do, I think I'll be taking it so much smoother and so much easier, I think. So just watch what you do, guys. I think it was the model.
We just noticed that the pit strategy doesn't really like, of course, me jumping in a few hours ago. Because we had massive 473 lap stints, which
Doing some lifting and casting that.
yeah, so that won't work. I want to see, but we should be close to the stop for the 91. It last stopped on lap 519, if I'm not mistaken. That was also the drive-through, if I'm not mistaken, that they had. So it wasn't really a stop, so they should be in very, 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 very soon.
Yeah, the last hour and a half of 24 hours. It's you can almost smell that finishing line going into this race after doing the previous hours to it. It's one of them achievements, isn't it? You feel like you really achieved something this close to the race, and obviously getting over the line is something else. As we see the car number 8 there, who's in third place going into the pit, so they've definitely got 2 more stops to do to the end of the race, probably on the same strategy as car 91. We believe that maybe car number 9 has probably got 1 more stop. Seems to be managed the pit stops to perfection, them guys. But as we see car 3 going in there, and like you say, Marco, it's probably a couple of laps now. I think we'll see the car 91 come in for its penultimate pit stop. Great set of corners then going through the cones. You know, as you see the car switch out to the left, then going over to the right, and then cutting the corner and switching onto the left, coming down into Brussels here as we go down. Great onboard views here, as we can see from Marco. So yeah, get a driver's eye perspective, and as you can see, you know, looking from the stream where we've been showing the car outside, you don't really see the undulations and the way the track moves around, but certainly with the onboard view you can sort of see how much the car moves up and down, left and right, and the tiny little corrections you can see in the steering wheel that's being made by the drivers to make sure they stay on the optimum drive. So yeah, doing really well at the moment. Just lap ahead in no man's land at the moment, P2, so we just need to keep it going.
This is one of the several special events we have each year when it comes to iRacing. We already had plenty this year in terms of car proper endurance events. Daytona 24, Bathurst 12 hours, Sebring 12 hours, Nürburgring 24, and also Watkins Glen 6 hours. Of course, this is the Spa 24, and then towards the end of the year, really the only ones we've got left are Petit Le Mans and Suzuka 10 hours. You've also got Bathurst 1000, which you can call an endurance, but of course not in these kind of GT cars. But yeah, Petit Le Mans and Suzuka 10 hours, which will be able to fill up the rest of the season. We have the customary kind of break until Daytona back in January next year. We've already discussed a little bit about potential, you know, future special events, and I think we kind of agree that iRacing have been able to cover the vast majority of them. I would say that a few years ago, guys, I'd say maybe iRacing had a lack of cars on the sim. There are so many cars where we wanted them on. You think GTEs, I think, were added in 2017, I think. How long that took to come around, as Yuri Fernandez is off the circuit for Team Casters. And of course we had the new supercars not too long ago. We've had the new IndyCar. We've had LMP2 cars only recently added, and a few others. Of course, Marco, you mentioned earlier on kind of the Super GT cars, but is there any other classes that iRacing are really missing at the moment? Because I think really on the most part they've been able to do a good job over the last 3 or 4 years to kind of fill in the holes that they had, and they sure did have quite a few holes, but they've been able to cover them up recently.
I would love to have a, but mind you, I love the Formula 3.5. I think it's a fantastic car. I would love for them to beg, like, you know, a more modern second-tier Formula car. I know that the Formula 2 car is off limit, of course, but we have Super Formula as, you know, fantastic car there for the... I don't know if it's there for the taking. It's a beautiful car that would really, you know... it's not like strictly needed, in my opinion, but it would certainly be a nice addition and a proper... It's also made by Dallara, so it would be a proper second step, like below the Formula, the IR01, the Formula iRacing car that's finally gaining some traction, which is... no pun intended. Oh god, I hate myself now. What have I done? I mean... you know, BTCC cars would be nice, but it's such a... Let's be honest, only used in BTCC, whilst, you know, TCR is more of a universal kind of format. So, and, you know, TCR cars can be used for sprints, for enduros. They are, you know, very versatile kind of cars. Also, BTCC, to have it properly represented like Super GT, you would have to have at least 2 or 3 different cars, you know, because you have front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive. You have all sorts of crazy manufacturers there as well. So, you know, now that I think about it, there is not really... I'm wary of the craze and the thirst of some parts of the community for older nostalgia-based content, which would be on one end, of course, great, but I am afraid even the more popular of this, you know, retro content, it is inevitably destined to become very niche / ghost town after the first season craze. You know, the Nissan GTP, the Audi 90, the Lotus, well, the Lotus Classic cars, you know, they've been around for a bit, but the NASCAR Legends cars as well. Like, it's nice to have them, but they are not game changers in my opinion. You know, they are, as I was saying, very niche content. Beautiful, but not very... I would like iRacing to really work together with Dallara. I mean, Dallara are going to do the new Ferrari Le Mans hybrid. Off goes the E-Team Brit car, by the way, at Brussels. I think it's Brussels, judging by the elevation, yes. But I would really love for iRacing to have a new LMDH car when they come out. So Porsche or Audi, you know, these new American-based top-tier prototypes that will be able to be raced in IMSA and in the WEC at Le Mans. And I have the feeling that they're going to be A, easier to obtain than the hypercars proper, and B, easier and more pleasant to drive, because I'm afraid that with the hypercars we will still be in LMP1 territory. Therefore, beautiful cars to look at, but incredibly complex to drive. You have seen the incredible explosion of popularity of the LMP2 class when we switched to the Dallara, because it's a beautiful car that you only have to drive. You don't have to care about anything else, you know? Just drive it.
Yeah, it is a nice car, but it's good. Oh, as we see an over enthusiastic move there from the Who was that? I don't know, going into Brussels, but yet again, we're getting into the latter half of this race, and you got to think to yourself, would you be making these mistakes? Where are you out on track? Are you actually fighting it with anybody, or do I need to make this move into this corner, or can I lose a second on it? I mean, I think that's where the experience of doing a lot of these races come into it, but. All in all with this split, considering this is the lowest split on a 24-hour, it's been relatively clean. Certainly, we've been concentrating mainly on the 91 car and the 92 car. There has been a few incidents that we've seen, but yeah, it's been quite good considering the iRating is probably around about average of about 1,000 per driver, so really good. But no, to answer your question there, I think iRacing, to be fair, have actually got it right. They've got a really good balance, as we see here, the car 91 going in to the pit. So, going to have to make another stop before the end of the race. It might be a little splash and dash at the end of the race. About 20 minutes, so you're probably looking at half fuel. And I'd imagine that they wouldn't take any tyres at that stage, being such short distance. But yeah, certainly from an iRacing point of view, I think they've pretty much got all classes covered. Obviously, heavily biased probably towards the GT3. Obviously, we've seen the inclusion of the car we're seeing now, the Porsche GT3, recently on iRacing. And there's quite a few other cars I've seen the GT3 class. The GTE class is well supported as well with many different cars, but yeah, maybe some different cars for the touring cars would be good. Obviously, at the moment we've only got the Audi that can be chosen from the TC car. Maybe have some more TC cars, which may bring that sort of series a bit more to life. Because I mean, obviously, I've watched quite a few touring car. 3TC Touring Car Championships on the TV, and they've always been really good racing, and to have them differences in class gives more depth to the thing. As we see here, Brian going off in EV Charge Racing in 14th place. So let's see, it's coming down into the Coombs.
Oh,
No,
dear.
No,
Hey,
no
that's
place to that.
yeah, and unfortunately, again, that Audi must feel like it's been in the wars. I mean,
Oh, and it hit one of the...
again.
Well, which car was that? That is the 92.
It must be the
As-
92, yeah.
So Kirill Bakin is back behind the wheel of the 91, by the way. So let's see it again, which is clearly not this replay. There we
So
go.
coming down. What happens? He comes down, just moves left, doesn't he?
Ah, naughty boy.
Do you not get that? You have a look on board his car,
Yes, yes.
Marco. Just have a look, see what happens. I mean, is it a failure? I don't know. It seems like. Whoa.
His number was the 555 there, but that was an action of a 666, I must say.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry. And again, I mean,
let's keep with this replay because
It discontinued, yes, discontinued. There is, it's not over just yet.
It's mainly the Audi. I don't think he deliberately took out the 92, to be fair. But he's got something against this Audi.
oh no, yeah.
Oh god.
Okay, that's
And then here he
obviously.
goes.
This is like the robot wars moments, I call them, you know, when they are in the gravel trap and they eat into each other. Are they done arguing? Let's see. Or is he waiting for him?
This is probably the bad bit about the iRacing is when you get this, and this Matthew McConaughey. I think he was in the car when he had the issue before. Pretty much lost the whole of the front end of the car, the back end of the car. I think it looks like a Walker's crinkled crisp, as he's just bouncing off all the walls now. He can't even turn the car left. It looks like so. days and an attrition, but they're still keeping on going.
Trying to find if they had other issues earlier together, but probably something must have happened. But nothing on our event viewer.
No, so certainly a bit of tit for tat going on there. So not always good to be watching that sort of thing on iRacing. Certainly going into the last hour of a 24-hour race, but you can see there the car's pretty much crumpled up, and I'll be surprised if they come back out for the rest of the race. That was an extensive bit of damage going on, of course. We see the first place no emission motorsports coming into the pits. Or, can they do it to the end? I don't think they can. I think they're going to have to come in again as well. So a little splash and dash at the end for the top 3 drivers coming into the last hour. So an hour and 30 minutes left of this 24-hour broadcast. Talk about this being our first 24 broadcast, lads. You know, how have you felt about it? I mean, I personally loved it, but what's your thoughts on doing the 24-hour broadcasts?
So sorry, I'm a bit speechless because I've been offended on the live chat of the stream on Apex Racing TV, and I need to absolutely go back to the identity of this scoundrel that just said
Tom Bingham, is it?
And I quote, "Marco sounds like Rossi," end quote, by the Performance Link account on the YouTube chat. I don't know how to answer to this. Maybe, you know, maybe I can, you know, a tribunal will be able to settle this. I don't know, Sam, you know everything. Just please find the identity of this terrible person.
Well, it's Andy's team, so...
I mean, it's
that's not you, Andy, is it?
It's not me. Not guilty. But it is an amazing team, his performance taking spots. So, you know. But, I mean, if you put Rossi and yourself next to it, it probably is quite similar, mate. Even though I know you have a severe test for Rossi, you have that twang, which I I actually quite like the twang that you come out with for your English accent, Marco. It's very good. I mean, my Italian would be extremely, extremely poor. So you sound amazing, mate.
It is Tom Bingham, by the way, which I don't know. Of course, I'm joking, yeah, but I find, especially if you consider that, like in Italy, it's not at all unlike the UK, where you can move a few kilometers, and, you know, if people speak with a completely different accent, and the accent that they speak in the region where Rossi is from is very distinct, and you can tell because pretty every more or less relevant rider in motorcycling of the past 20 years in Italy, let's say the 85% all come from that region, so you can really, and I find it particularly detestable. So yeah, but going back to your question, I think that it's been, you know, quite an adventure to be following these cars and the race on a bigger extent. As we were saying earlier, and when I say earlier, I mean, like, you know, yesterday, you really find a purpose to the race, especially when you're following a specific team. And the highs and lows, you know, I think that everyone, when the 91 crashed a few hours ago, were a bit heartbroken, you know. By the way, once again, congratulations to the lucky star of the 91 and the quality of the Porsche in iRacing, because again, the car has been through hell and back, and it's still going strong in second place. But yeah, it's been a great experience. We still have 1 hour and a bit to enjoy. Let's hope that it continues like this for the 91. They can finish on the podium.
Yeah, it seems to be built like a tank, certainly, this car. I mean, obviously, I remember you saying at the start, I didn't see the incident, but you already thought at the start of the race that, you know, the crash that they had was sort of like a normal car race ender, but somehow they managed to survive that. And obviously, we saw there earlier on, about a couple of hours ago, going into broadcast, the incident going up a Rouge, unfortunately going 2x2 and got taken out at the bottom and slammed into the wall. And yeah, it was a bit of a somber moment, I think, on the stream as well. So certainly built like a tank, that car.
Yeah, maybe it's one of the newer cars, I guess. So maybe iRacing have made improvements. Maybe these newer cars do actually pair. We never really tested it out with the Lamborghini, did we, Marco? Back in Daytona, we kind of just assumed that it would be game over. So I'm not sure what the Lambo's like when it comes to the damage, but maybe I think you're right that the Porsche is one of the stronger ones.
I mean, we tried to repair it, I think, but it's I mean, the steering was completely destroyed.
What's your thoughts on the 24-hour broadcast, Sensor? How's it been for you, mate?
I mean, the racing's been entertaining. It's been up and down. The companies, probably the less said, the better. You see. At one point we had Mr. Andrew Woody Woodhouse. I mean, the conversation was just remarkable. Lee Thompson as well. But yeah, the rest of it's been all right, and yeah, it's been an interesting event. Of course, never done an endurance event nearly this length. I think we may have done 8 hours before, if I recall correctly. We've done a few 6-hour events. Of course, Marco would have done a few of them with myself and Mr. Adam Hedgecock in the Sim Racers World Endurance Championship, and then we also did the VTEC Championship, which I think was renamed something else. Which maybe before your time, actually, Mark, I'm not sure.
I remember you doing the final round of the VTEC Super Series from Sebring International with 7 cars.
Yeah, Ryan Walker was on the comms that day, and I think Alex Simpson as well.
We did the day we did you did that race, but also we did this classic summer enduro of the Euro V8s from Road America. If you remember, as we have a crash right in front of the 91. You see the smoke. Let's hope the track is clear. There we go. Also, was the 92 involved? No, the 92, I think, had a mistake. They were minding their own business. Ooh! Lucky boys.
Look at this. I mean, look at that car. That is one car that's been in the walls. You know, there's damage on other cars, but I haven't seen a car apart from maybe that Audi that's more extensively damaged. Oh, big hit there going into the source, taking out the car there. So 91 obviously just needs to keep out of that battle. So these guys in front of them are battling. So 91 just needs to pick its time to go past, in no rush, in no man land, in second place. So just needs to keep it nice and clean now. But yeah, that 92 car's certainly been in the battle, guys.
We've already discussed the fast repairs earlier on. And I just got another question when it comes to these special events, and be interested to hear your thoughts on this element of racing. I think iRacing's a fair way away from making automatic safety cars. I think that'd be something incredibly difficult to judge anyway. Maybe the new damage model might have potential with that, where you can track if there's damage on the track, albeit in my opinion, in iRacing, on the vast majority of the time, a random safety car is the most realistic way to do things, and probably the most entertaining as well for the drivers, so that you don't have long periods of consecutive safety cars. I was wondering what your guys' thoughts on a random safety car for these special events would be. I mean, this is providing there is actually a good road racing safety car, not the oval rules that we're kind of stuck to. And for as James Hall's had a huge crash at Radion and blown the engine, so that might be game over for that car, which is a shame because they're fighting the 92 very early on in the race and have fought back well, but yeah, that's not going very far. So back, James,
please tow.
Worth it. Yeah, I think he is. Yep, there you go. So it would be good to get a replay of that one. Interesting to see what happens here over the crest.
I think we can all guess.
Is that a hardware failure, I wonder? Seemed to jump right, left.
I think he just was like that's the crash we saw earlier as well, no? But this time the car wasn't gripped by the wall.
I think that's. I think that's
inside
hardware.
track though, isn't it? If you look at that inside track, if you see when he came up the top there, the car actually bounced, which that caused the out. So if you look here, when he comes over the left-hand side of it, the car bounces just here, so it bounces off, and you can see all the pressures on the outside, and it literally just loses grip, I think. Obviously, worn tyres, and it's one of them things, we've discussed it throughout the race going up, Radion and the Rouge, and basically the trials and tribulations of do you go flat out or do you lift? And it's that fine line, I think, between getting a fast lap and doing what we've just seen there.
Could we get an on board with that? I'm still convinced that was a hardware failure because he had a lot of steering lock to the left.
Can get the on board, but we don't see the wheel, unfortunately, with these cameras.
Yeah.
Look at the
might see if there's a slide.
Let's be unrealistic. Oh no,
there
failure.
You go. There you go, it is a hardware failure.
Sam Fitzpatrick is the best for a reason.
There we go. Not even being in the car and he knew that. Well done, sir.
I've made my fair share of mistakes, and that was not an error. Yeah, there was just no slides from what I could see, so it seemed odd that it didn't look like he was trying to catch it. Anyway, before that, I was asking, in a very long-winded way, we've got an hour and 5 to kill, so I do have these long-winded questions. Lots of context, always like context. So providing that we had a good safety car system, which can account for multi-class racing, which is fair to the drivers, which replicates the real-life rules, would you guys want to have safety cars in these special events? Say, I mean, you can make up the rules yourself. Maybe if, in a hypothetical situation, if iRacing could take into account debris on the circuit, would you want them to be deployed then? Would you like maybe 5 or 6 random ones through a race? Or would you not want to have anything like a safety car in these special events? What are your thoughts?
I think what would be good is sort of like they have in the F1 where you have the yellow flag and you have to slow down to a certain speed, get past the area. Because I think you're probably going to have with iRacing is you can have so many incidences on the laps. I think the safety car would have a meltdown, and having particular random safety cars would be a bit frustrating if there was nothing out. So I think maybe the yellow flag approach that they have in F1 where you have to slow down, say through a sector, and then you can get back onto speed, would make it a lot more interesting within the races. That's sort of my take on it.
What about you, Marco?
No, as a commentator I would love it, but as a competitor I'm not really fond of this idea of random safety cars. I'm sure, the problem is of course that endurance races tend to be, in this case 24-hour sprints, no? With little way of strategy, but that's how they are becoming in real life as well. So I don't know what they could do to, because let's say in real life, for example, in Spa, they don't have, soft or hard tires. It's one compound for all. I mean, the solution is very easy. It starts with an R and it ends with an AIN. That would cause some uncertainty from a driving perspective. But as a commentator, I would love for a random safety car. I still don't believe that they can call should call, sorry, safety cars based on crashes, because the crime scene is either you know, either cars come on the scene of the crash too quickly and it's a massive wreck, or by the times everyone has told there is no risk, quote unquote. So it will need to be like an immediate trigger, and even if you get that, the risk is that it's too sensitive and we have a safety car every 2 seconds. So as Kirill goes past the Raptail, past the BMW, so yeah, maybe the randomness is the you know, best thing. Again, for the show, for the competition, rain would create a bit more excitement in a more natural way and unpredictable, you know, realistic and predictable.
I mean, certainly from a commentator's and a spectator's point of view, if you say for instance now, an hour to go, if you had a safety car that brought all the field back together, I mean, what a grandstand finish that would be. Obviously, for the drivers, it would be a bit of a nightmare. And the other side of it is it throws in the complex, and this is where it's a bit more in depth, is looking at the strategies. Because if a safety car comes out, do you go into the pits, get new tyres and make sure all your fuel's done? Do you stay out? It adds that more complexity, which is obviously there in real life racing. If they're trying to make this as realistic as they physically can, then it sort of makes sense. But it's how you would implement that within the sim, because I think it would be, like Marco said, you know, if they'd done it on every single crash, I think we wouldn't have a clean racing through 24 hours, which would be not the very spectacle that it should be. But maybe looking at some of the intermediate offer of the yellow flag, maybe that works.
I'm looking at these marbles offline and just thinking, imagine if we had rain. Think of the karting line, which I'm sure iRacing will implement because they've basically got it on dirt already. So I'm sure that would be a strong element of the rain model that iRacing produced. But yeah, imagine if it just chucked it, if it was 23 hours like this of you know, dry, and then it just chucked it down with rain, and you had to just search for grip around the circuit. It would be absolutely fascinating with this rubbered in slick line and the marbles giving perhaps a bit of extra grip on the outside of these long radius corners. So thanks Marco for reminding me of that, because I hadn't really thought about rain for a while now. Now you just made me feel sad that we still haven't got it. But I remember thinking in 2018, maybe 3 years time, maybe 2021 we'll have rain released. It doesn't look like that's going to happen, but they are developing it, and honestly, that the fact that we will have rain at some point, whether that be in 6 months or whether that be in 5 years.
I can tell you this, I have a bold prediction. My bold prediction is that the rain will be announced in 2022.
I'm pretty sure people have been saying rain will be announced next year for the past 10 years in iRacing.
But I've never said it.
Even when they said that they weren't working on it, I think people are still expecting it.
I am telling you, I have never made a prediction about rain, and I can tell you right now that it's going to be announced in 2022 as Mantas is in the pits for the 92 car.
So it's going to be announced next year. How long till it's actually released?
Now you're asking a bit too much.
You know Marco sits on the fence, Sam, come on.
What was the delay when it came to day-night transitions? I believe a trailer was released 18 months before it was actually given out. Maybe even closer to 2 years.
I think the weather system was the big... and it's still not perfect, you know, with the temperature that cannot go below 18 Celsius, you know. But that was, I think, and also the lighting system, which will need to be... it will be reworked, I think, sooner rather than later. We had some teaser pictures about it a few months ago, if you remember, that got Dane all excited. But then it was the new lighting system, yes. It was teased in some pictures, but never released in time for the last build. The latest build.
This should be the final stop, I believe, for the car 92. So we've got we've got about 52 minutes left in the race. So that should be the last stop. I wonder if they take some tyres, not changing the drivers. Obviously, Manta's going to stay in for the final stint to see the car over the line. Be interesting to see if they take tyres or if they decide to leave it. I would imagine they would, just to finish off the race. I don't think they are fighting at the moment with anybody close to them. Although TGC Racing, they're currently in the pits. Are they damaged? Can we see their car, Marco? Are they damaged, or have they just come in for
a normal one?
So just a normal stop. So I believe that those two are probably racing each other, aren't they?
Know what happened to the 92 because they like disappeared and reappeared. Now they have a driver change. Seems like everything is okay. Just iRacing having a fit with the driver change. Yes, perfect. So the 92 is out. But the pit stop time of only 45 seconds is wrong. So iRacing got a bit confused there.
Yeah, definitely took tyres there as we saw the car in the air. So driver change, tyre change, fuel to the end of the race now. And I think it's the brother. Yes, it's the brother of Dimitri is going to finish it. Andrus is going to finish the race. Who's, according to his bio, has asked about the sim racing experience, and his answer was very little.
Let's go to the field.
So we should expect to see car 91 coming in pretty soon, I think, for its probably last stint. He may come in slightly earlier just to take full advantage if he's going to change tyres, or if he's going to wait till sort of like 20 minutes before the race to come in to do a splash and dash. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of tactic they take in the car 91. But currently at the moment in second place in no man's land, 3 minutes ahead of P3. And 17 minutes behind P1, so pretty much going around the track, just wasting time as such. So yeah, looking at the moment like a good P2 for the car 91.
Let's give a quick shout out to our lovely sponsors. I talked about SDK Gaming earlier. They are, of course, providing us with the graphics. Also, let's give a big shout out to the Apex Racing Academy with 29 data packs, setups, track guides. It's integrated with VRS, and you have a weekly group coaching session and more. ApexRacingAC.com for more information. And of course, I talked about VRS. You can find more about VRS at virtualracingschool.com with 50 plus data packs for both road and oval, setups, track guides, data analysis software, and they offer one-on-one coaching. If you get basically VRS plus Apex Racing Academy, you have the best of both worlds, and they are integrated together in one basically all-encompassing package, so to speak. Very easy to link the two accounts if you want to. So, Marcus Stromberg for No Emission Motorsports is leading the way. He's got 7 laps in his Mercedes over the Porsche number 91 of One Boy Story Racing Team by Altus LT91. There they are, sitting 1 lap clear of the 008 Donkey Bob Racing. Ken Zoska is your driver as of this moment. They enjoyed 2 laps over the Lemons Woolbanger car. They ran out of fuel earlier, so they lost a bit of time there. Bill Choice is driving. And then we have the Glue Glue Racing Team with Cedric Baligon in their very colorful Ferrari, I should say. John Nielsen for the Marvelous Pink Panther Racing Team 027 in the magenta, I would say, colored car. And then the DSRT mascot, Remco Suer. The Lamborghini number 27 is in 7th in the pits right now, and they have been sitting there for quite a bit. They will be there for a long time still. the E-Team Brit after the hardware failure they had earlier. They are possibly going to lose time to the Team Chop car of Aaron McGrath. And running at your top 10 now in the pits on a regular stop is Oliver Newberry for Mint Racing. And that car, I would say, is very minty looking.
Nice and fresh.
Not in mint condition.
Oh.
They're all coming out now. He's back on form.
I told you noon would be the highlight, and that's it.
It's noon GMT, not noon British Standard Time.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh,
I never
GMT,
changed the
right?
clocks. I feel like we've got 50 minutes to go, and it's been a while since we last did a quiz question. I think this might be an alright time to, before the excitement of the end of the race, to test Marco on the last question of the evening, as we've got Bruno Andre, who was the car who crashed with the 92 coming out of Blanchemont, which was the first real setback for them. Absolutely huge impact, and Bruno, unfortunately, might be coming to an end today after pulling to the side of the circuit. But Marco, your final question, which could, it's not that important. It could tie you. No, actually no, it doesn't really matter. So you're guaranteed third position. You've beaten Andy already, and you're definitely going to lose to Lee and Alex still. However, you know, there's still some pride in this one. What decade was the modern Spa circuit built?
Modern as in the current 7-kilometer version, right?
Exactly.
The 1980s.
Oh dear. 1970s. 1979, in fact.
Oh, come on!
That it was built, so I'm sorry. I was tempted to... I did tell Andy, actually, that it ended with a 9. The year ended with a 9. That was at the end of a decade. And to be fair, he still got it wrong. Whilst Lee and Alex didn't get that clue and they got it right. So maybe, I don't know, maybe it helps. But yeah, unlucky Marco, I'm sorry about that. So you end up with 2 out of 4.
I feel slightly aggrieved here, Sam, and you know, I feel victimised because obviously I was the first one and guinea pig to your questions, and unfortunately you changed your questions for the next 3 people that were a bit more difficult. You didn't give me a decade. You asked for a year for me.
No.
And then the last question, you said yes. I'll give you that. You said it was a 9, but there's many years that end in a 9. Do you know? And I did say the right one. I just picked the wrong one.
Okay, Andy, I'd feel maybe a bit bad about not giving you the decade in the first question if you didn't get it wrong by 40 years. Yeah. I mean, I could have given you a century and you would have probably got it wrong, mate. So don't cry about that. And then lastly, the final question, I told you it ended in a 9. It was a huge clue, an absolutely huge clue that I haven't given to the others.
You still gave me a 1-year window, mate. You still gave me a 1-year window.
I mean, that's
rather
usually
than a 10-year decade. You know?
That is usually Sam's margin of error when he sets up a session with the time. So.
Touche.
Bravo. Nice one.
Well, yeah, I'll give you the first question. I was quite a few years out, but I could have done the unhonourable thing and googled it while you were asking that question. But I thought, no, let's be honest here. I don't know. As we see that Audi next to it, the one that's been in the war zone, the newly modified Audi rear wing that gives increased downforce on right-hand turns, I think that wing will give them. Very concave there. As we see sparks going off again in the source. It's a bit of a battle, that Lambo.
I honestly look at the clock and I can't believe that this race has been going on for almost a day. Ooh! Who was that? Did they crash? No. Wow. That was
really wing safety there.
That was a rejoin and a half.
To be fair, Fiona had all the time in the world and didn't really make any attempt to avoid the car coming out the pits.
It was very strange though, because certainly had space on the left-hand side to go down, but decided to take the Armco barrier route, I think.
Oh, I see the Pink Panther number flashing in red, and for a good reason. And he's doing some extra damage there. Oh, careful. These are the most painful crashes, the one that happened late in the race. The steering seems to be mostly okay.
Well, nah, there was quite a bit of damage there. I think 5 degrees, something like that.
Yeah, you can see it off centre there. Is straight now. He's going around left-hander. So, these cars are not looking as pretty as they did when they started. That's for sure.
He's continuing. Let's catch a replay while we're at it. Right in front of the karting track. Going a bit wide. Ooh, and the BMW with the massive avoiding action there.
Super drive.
Almost like a carbon copy of the 92 crash that we witnessed. Obviously, he saved it going off the grass on the right-hand side, but spun across and hit the wall on the left. So just clipped that bit of sand coming out of Stavlo, and unfortunately unsettled the car and wasn't able to save it. But yeah, his wings intact. So a little bit of steering damage, but we're so close to the end now. I'm pretty sure that it won't come in to repair it. It's probably still drivable at the moment. '91 car, yeah, just in a bit of no man's land. The probably drivers are thinking two things in it: is either thank God I'm in my own space, I can do what I want, or I've been driving around for the last 3 hours with nobody to race.
I mean, they probably will feel grateful that they are still going after that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the second one, the first crash, the one yesterday, was more spectacular than anything because it was a lot of smoke and a tap to the barrier. Mildly a tap to the barrier, but the one they had a few hours ago at Eau Rouge Raidillon was absolutely massive.
Yeah, they're lucky. The racing gods are certainly with them. Must be the Apex Racing TV. Good luck rubbing on from the car 91, giving them that protective shield. So we're going to take a little bit of credit for this second place as well. That's my point of view anyway.
That's a curse if I've ever heard one. So we'll see if the famous Apex Racing TV curse is still alive. I mean, the engine could blow if he's got damage, but to be fair, his pace is alright. 23.99 for Bakelin, the last set, and you'd assume he will take that car to the end. Still one more pit stop to make, and that will be in probably about 4 laps time, I imagine. 26 laps. Oh, actually no, maybe not. It might be sooner actually. It's very difficult to judge because the lap at the top left, 568, that's only for no emissions. And then you got One Boy Story, which are actually 7 laps further back, so they're only starting lap 561 at the moment. So they pitted 16 laps ago. So actually another 10 laps then potentially for them. So yeah, they should be pitting with about 20 minutes to go, which would make sense because they pitted about 40 minutes ago, and the stint should last approximately an hour. So that'll be a nice quick pit stop towards the end. This won't be big enough to make a particularly big indent on on the no emissions mixed sports car, which of course has no more pit stops remaining, we believe.
Ooh, look at that car.
Back is off the circuit.
Why did it take me 23 hours and 20 minutes to notice that we have an Itasha car in the field?
Me and Andy have no idea what that means, but
it's a car with some anime drawings on its side, or a little bit of an off for the 91. Again with the Bruno Andre Porsche, that car has been in trouble all day long. Goes in for.
It's just, you know, there's just no need to do that, I don't feel. And, you know, this is all about the experience of iRacing. And that was a move that really didn't have to take it. Could have come off a lot worse than obviously it did. That doesn't seem to have caused any damage to the car. But this close to the end of the racing, would you have done that, guys?
Probably not. As you see, oh, this is how the number one got turned. What was the other car? Let's see.
Yep. Well, the bad driving really wasn't too bad at the start, and yet we've seen a couple of big intentional since.
So, just to finish the quick lesson. Here it is, number one going to the pits. Itasha car is this style of cars, very popular in Japan, but all the you know, Eastern Asia countries. These very colorful liveries, usually with anime style or manga style, I should say, art, and basically the most accurate translation I can make, because it's not really easy to translate. Itasha means something along the lines of painfully embarrassing. So, which I think it's Sam's opinion on these liveries. I find them quite cool. Look at that. I'm shocked because usually
16-year-old daughter, she would have told me what that is and said, "Oh, Dad, you're so old." I'm like, so the 91 car just needs to keep it. I'm really, I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting a little bit nervous now. Getting into 35 minutes left of the race to go. They just need to get it home. I just really want them to get it home where they currently are and not make the mistake. So watch a replay here. So just an over enthusiastic move. He didn't need to. He seems to be accelerating a bit too much as well. So lucky to get out of that with no damage, but. Just getting a little bit nervous now, guys. I'm not going to be lying to you.
Well, the good news is, and once you get to this point of the race, you can start thinking like this. If they ended the race now, then they'd lose 20 laps, let's say 18 laps. So the worst they could finish right now would be, so if you go down 18 laps, then the worst they can finish is 10th. They're guaranteed a top 10 here, and I don't think Team Brit are going to be going back out on circuit with the damage they had. They've already been in the pit for close to half an hour. So even if they're even if they packed it up right now, they would still finish in 9th position in this race. So that's a bit of security, at least for them. But of course, after their drive at Daytona, managing to pick up a top 5, a second place, a podium, would of course be a nice improvement on that. That would be a steady improvement, you know, not the race win, which has been possible tonight, of course, but a podium would still be a nice improvement. So yeah, it wouldn't be the end of the world if they ended here. As Bruno Andre, who I think we're pretty much watching as much Bruno Andre as we are of the two One Boy Story cars, and losing the rear, lots of damage, a bit of marbles as well, probably being picked up as well, and spinning the car at Lefania.
Yeah, so the driver in the 91 car is the youngest member of the team at only 17. So they've given the honours to the youngest member of the team to bring the car home if they don't change during the next pit stop, which I would imagine they would, because there'll be a splash and dash.
Now, I've already quizzed you guys on your opinions on iRacing throughout this morning of the race, or midday in sim, about cars, special events. Of course, another obvious question is tracks. I mean, once again, iRacing have done a good job at getting some more circuits into the sim, and I think iRacing do a particularly good job at getting kind of fan favourites into the sim rather than maybe just the biggest circuits. You know, you could easily go for. I thought there may have been a bit of content there, but nice to getting away there. You can easily go for like the bigger circuits, like in Abu Dhabi or Bahrain, obviously. But obviously they're not necessarily particularly popular, and they could have maybe gone Paul Ricard, but they've kind of gone for the popular circuits, the Imolas, the Hungaroringen, Knockhill, Red Bull Ring, Snetterton obviously is everyone's favourite circuit. And so they've got a pretty good roster, but I'm wondering what circuits you guys would like to see still added to the sim in the near future.
I think Australia would be a good shot. I think I did like that track when I used to play in the F1. Really good track to drive around, quite thinking. I think it would suit a lot of these cars down to the ground. It's a fast track with some intricate corners going in, and I believe they're actually looking at changing that, so it might be a good time to introduce the new layout of the Australian circuit onto iRacing. So yeah, that's my shout, the Australian GP track.
Yeah, they have made those changes actually earlier on in the year. Changed the radius of a few of the corners, and also took out the turn 9 hairpin, which I was very sad to see go. So, no, that would be a cool circuit to add. Fantastic. Marco, any circuits for yourself? I think I've asked you whether you'd like Vallelunga to be added, and you've always been quite hesitant.
No,
any others?
I would love to have Vallelunga, but I think it's going to be very difficult, given that it's the like the offices. The office of Kunos Simulazioni, the makers of Assetto Corsa, are inside the racetrack. So I've always thought of that being a big obstacle for some reason. But, you know, I certainly don't want, like a lot of people, especially in Italy, want like Mugello. That's a terrible racetrack. So for cars, I mean. So I would love Vallelunga because it's a track that can be used for many different categories, and this is what I would love in a racetrack in iRacing. Like, if you have to put something new, I would love to have something that can be used from everything, ideally, of course, from Formula 1 down to the Skip Barber. By the way, no, so I thought that the Team E-Team Brit was going to come out of the pits. Fake news, they are still there. So yeah, Vallelunga would be a good shout. I like that we have a lot of new tracks coming soon, starting with the Hockenheim and Red Bull Ring, but also, you know, others are going to be announced. There is really not a lot of things that are you know, all these tracks, like exotic tracks. I would love Sepang. I would love to have Sepang in iRacing.
Yeah, that's always been one of my top ones. Of course, the chance of iRacing heading over to Southeast Asia fairly low, but then of course they have been willing to pick up other scans from kind of third parties to make their last couple of circuits at I believe Hungaroring and Red Bull Ring. So seemingly they are willing to make those kind of compromises, so maybe that would be a possibility. I mean, for myself, Surfers Paradise would be an absolute dream to have. Preferably as well the old layouts along with the newer one with the old 290-degree left-handers at one end of the circuit. That would be good. Obviously Sepang And yeah, I'm not quite sure on the others because iRacing have done such a good job. I'm super looking forward to Budapest. I think Budapest is almost like the perfect mix, as you were saying, Marco, you know, of a circuit which, you know, is good for all types of cars. I think somewhere like Sepang potentially, and I think maybe Silverstone is a good example of a circuit which is, I think, good for high-end cars, but I think for slower cars can be a bit too wide at times. I'm not sure if many people agree with me on that one, but kind of narrower circuits which, yeah, are a bit tight twisty, like Hungaroring, I think are absolutely ideal because it does fit every single category of racing. So I think that would be looking forward to that one. Of course, anyone who's viewing, all three of you, let us know on the chat which circuits you'd like to see on iRacing. There's certainly a wide range of opinions.
I despise Hungaroring. I really despise Hungaroring.
Really? I love it.
Well, like Hungaroring is quite good. But Baku's another interesting track.
Oof, yeah.
That'd be
iconic. Imagine that. Imagine the castle section in iRacing.
I know. That'd be
My
amazing,
God.
There's a bottleneck asking to be happened straight away, isn't it?
Well, imagine an endurance race. Imagine 4 hours in LMP1s to GTEs, and the LMP1s having to wait behind the GTEs through that entire section. I mean, even going in before the castle. I mean, unless you have like I guess a bit of boost available, I guess you could power past. But I mean, the LMP2's no chance, absolutely zero chance of getting ahead before the castle section. That would be incredible. But yeah, I think that was a long shot.
Oh, of course, I forgot to mention my Australian favorites. Of course, basically every track in the Supercars calendar, especially Sundown before they destroy it, but also my almost namesake Barbagallo, and I would say Sydney Motorsports Park also is a fantastic track. Oh, you can pick random tracks from the V8 Supercars calendar. They are all beautiful.
What do you think of the Bend Motorsports Park, Marco? Because that's not very Australian, I feel, of the circuit. It's a bit more maybe modern.
Yeah, it's a weird racetrack. I still have to get a proper opinion on it. I watched a couple of races from there. Got so many configurations, so that thing is good, but if we had to get a track from Australia, that would be probably the lowest priority, in my opinion, together with Albert Park. But mostly, again, because they are mostly, like, they don't feel very Australian to me, you are correct, you know.
Dedication to motorsports, knowing all the smaller tracks and the smaller series out there, because what you're talking about now, I have no idea. I've never seen them tracks.
I mean, I'm sure Marco's got a few Brazilian circuits as well. That's he'd like to add. I'm not too familiar with Brazilian stock cars and stuff, but I know that there are some very good circuits in that part of the world.
Yes, absolutely.
Almost like similar characteristics to Australian circuits. Am I right, Marco? I'm not an expert or anything, but from what I've seen, kind of similar, kind of shortish circuits, lots of grass on the outside. You know, some very mixture corners, quite narrow in parts, but yeah.
Yes, Brazilian tracks. I think the best of them being Cascavel. That's beautiful racetrack. Weather is usually terrible there, so it's very easy to have like you know, rain, etc. And also Argentinian racetracks, but they are very geared towards the Turismo Carretera. Oh, that's what I want in racing. Turismo Carretera, of course. I mean, how could I forget about Turismo Carretera, the oldest continually running racing series in the world. And they race on these flat tracks that are, you know, with these long radius corners. These cars are so you know, rough, but these engines scream at incredibly high RPM. They also race on an oval with 3 chicanes in it. Yeah, we need Turismo Carretera. Absolutely.
Sounds very cool. An oval with 3 chicanes. What? So like, how does that one work? You got 2 chicanes, one end on the back straight and 1 chicane on the front stretch or something?
It's like 1 chicane is on the front stretch, 1 is on the back stretch, and 1 is in the middle of one of the corners.
Right.
And imagine an Argentinian oval, therefore without safer barriers. It's just, you know, very, very, you know, rough around the edges kind of racetrack. You can see in the in-race chat I just posted for you the track map, even though it's black on a black dark background, but you can make out the sheet.
Okay, yep.
Different, isn't it?
25 minutes left in this race. No emission car just gone past start finish straight, followed closely, at least on track, by the 91 car. One Boy Story Racing team number 91 car, actually lapping a bit quicker than the leader. The other One Boy Story car sitting in 24th place. There it is, Andrius Juvko is your driver right now. Is 8 laps behind the number 23 and is going around the Porsche number 55 of Amardi Racing Team as they go past. Things have quieted down considerably on the racetrack. The big question mark is how long will the E-Team Brit car stay in the pits. They've been there for 41 minutes. They are seriously risking of not finishing the race, even though they have the driver inside the car. That's commitment. So he's ready to go, but that car, you know, if they have to replace the engine, is 35 minutes plus, I would imagine, some massive suspension damage on that car.
Well, we did certainly see the incident as to why they're in the pits. Unfortunately, obviously, we didn't see why that sort of incidences occurred. And hence why they're still in the pits, and I believe the other ones that were involved in it are still out. So yeah, unfortunate for them guys. Hopefully they get out before the end, because there's nothing worse than finishing the race and you're still in the pits. And like you say, Marco, the driver sat in the car, so maybe they haven't got too much longer to race, as we've got the 3rd place coming in for its final stop. With 25 minutes, a little splash and dash. Wouldn't expect to see tyres getting changed. Probably just go straight out.
Oh, they're changing drivers.
Oh, okay. Giving another driver the last sort of stint. I mean, they are 7 minutes ahead of 4th place, so they've got time to spare to do all. And they are taking tyres for the last 25 minutes, so they certainly got the time in hand. So why not?
Yeah, nothing worse than jumping into a car with worn tires, I think. And here comes the leader.
Sluggish. It's got time. Now, I don't want to be anticlimactic or anything, but technically, once we get to 12 minutes from the end, technically no emissions would have won. Because there would be so many laps ahead that they could retire with 10 minutes to go and still have won the race. I don't think we'll... well, I won't call it that, and that's probably a useless, uninteresting factor there. But I just underline the point, they are very close. They're literally 10 minutes of driving away from the race win to no emissions. So just get enough fuel in it to go another 10 minutes, and they should be the winners of the Spa 24 hours.
Usually they accuse commentators of creating unnecessary drama. Sam Fitzpatrick is the opposite. He like that dampens the enthusiasm. But no, you are absolutely correct.
That keeps it real, doesn't it?
I absolutely prefer to keep it real than to create unnecessary drama. Here comes the 008 out of the pits. Still sitting there is Marcus Stromberg in his no emission motorsports, which is of course the biggest lie, because that would be a massive penalty in real life, because he's spinning his rear wheels whilst on the jacks. And that is
tough job for the rear gun guy.
Or maybe it's easier, so he doesn't have to move around.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
You know, if Mercedes are there trying to change the wheel nuts. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
As I was saying, no emission, I don't think so. This is a very, very much petrol-based engine. Unless they are hiding something from us, you know.
Well, technically, they're not emitting, are they? It depends what really their energy source is. Where they got clean electricity being sent to their homes. So I guess you could say it's no emission.
But you are contributing to global warming by emitting, warm air from your computer. Like, I don't know about you, but if you basically, I would say, take the temperature outside and in my room, and then the temperature next to my computer on the floor, I think the temperature down here is like 50, 60, 70 degrees. Especially because when the system is, this is very resource intensive, the streaming of races, etc. So you can hear this poor fella here next to my legs, really, huffing and puffing, trying to get the stream over the line. It's the unsung hero of every broadcaster is the. So the E-Team Brit went out of the pits and they're back in. I think they have to serve a drive-through penalty, I would imagine.
Ooh, look at the front of that car. That's certainly seen better days.
Now you're risking your reputation here, Marco, because you absolutely pulled the rabbit out of the bag, out the hat, sorry, earlier on when you said that the car number 91 was going to have to serve a drive-through, and you're putting your neck on the line here, because if this is not a drive-through, then I think you would have probably cancelled it out, and I think we could put down your first attempt down to a coincidence. So let's see if they are going to go to the drive-through. As Marco conveniently picks a camera where we can't actually see it, he does pull into his pit stall just to cover off. Either way, here we go. This is what we want to see. Now, to be fair, I think you're right, Marco, because he starts in the engine now. Position.
Oh no!
You're right.
No, they were sitting here.
No, you were wrong, Marco. Deary me.
Did the engine give up because they came out of the pits? By the way, back in the pits is also the leaders of the race. This, I think, is going to be a drive-through. So,
that's unlucky, Marco. That's unlucky.
We'll keep an eye on that. So they came out of the pits. The engine must have, given up midway through the lap. Because this is them.
Strange.
They did 45 minutes of repairs.
You see the steering? See if the steering's still off.
Steering seems to be okay. And then at some point I think the engine went because... let's see here. So here it was still going. Barely.
I mean, it must have been quite late because he would have had to have got through La Source. And he was still going at a decent pace, so it must have been in the pit lane, I guess, where it let go.
Confirmed that the 9, the leaders have had to serve a drive-through. They are back out on the racetrack.
A questionable driver lineup for Team Brit. Got a couple of British drivers, but also a multinational team. So I guess based in the UK, but got a few drivers from elsewhere in that squad.
Oh, last 12 minutes of the race, guys. 24 hours has gone past. You guys started the stream, finishing the stream. What have been your thoughts, guys? What's been the highlight?
I would say the, really the, attitude of the teams, both teams, really, never giving up, and especially the 91 in the end, very close to the podium finish. They need to be careful here because they're about to unlap themselves, possibly, from the race leader. But yeah, great attitude, and they are about to be rewarded handsomely with a great podium.
I think, for me, the highlight's been the quiz. I didn't think it would go. I think Lee Thompson being genuinely quite invested in the quiz, I think, was my highlights of the race. In terms of actual driving, I'd say probably the 92's big wreck in Blanchimont was probably the big one. That's such a pivotal point. With the 91, it's difficult to really say exactly, as Backlin does come into the pits. With the 91, it's difficult to maybe say a pivotal moment in the race. I guess you had the crash at Eau Rouge, but chances are, I mean, we'll never know if they would have been able to challenge no emissions. But chances are they wouldn't have been able to challenge no emissions, so they would have finished in second place anyway. Whereas that big crash for the 92, which wrecked the engine, wrecked the steering, wrecked the car, was a real setback. Set them back half an hour, 100 minutes. Probably still got damage on it now, and that was really race decisive. And I think just the fact that it was a racing incident as well, that specific crash, I think just underlined how quickly endurance racing can go away from you.
I mean, the tenacity of the car 92 to not give up is it's been admirable. I think, you know, if any normal people watching, you know, if you've been in the pits for well over 2 hours, I think most teams would have given up, but they haven't. They've stuck with it. And sort of in 24th place, so not the end of the world from finishing, but you know, it's just the fact that they kept going. You know, even with the damage of the car, it is and to the overall field, there's been some really good racing considering this is the lowest split and the low iRacing guys. Apart from some. What should we say, dubious driving techniques, as we see the car number 13 going off the track, JMB Racing Team. I think overall it's been a really enjoyable stream, and we've seen some good racing, so I really thoroughly enjoyed it. Hence why I've done more hours than I said I was going to do. I was enjoying it that much, and the company of you, Sam, as well. That was good.
Thank you very much. I've done 10.5 hours, or it will be 10.5 hours, maybe even more actually, because of course we'll do I did the preamble and also the postamble of the race. How much have you done, Andy? You must have done close to or more than that, yeah.
11.5 hours, I think I've done. I think I've done 6.5 hours straight out the bag in my first stint, and obviously this one 5 hours, so or whatever time we finish this podcast. So yeah, but it's been different than the normal. So obviously in the normal broadcast we have, it's short, sharp, really quick, and the race is over while you're getting in your stride. But this one's the other end of the spectrum. Is that, you know, there's not always the battle, close racing, and you sort of have the time to reflect on certain things and discuss probably a lot of topics you would never normally discuss in a race. It's always good hearing Marco's stories as far as well. They were quite entertaining.
All good for the 91 after the pit stop. Seems like they are absolutely safe. The 68 is out again. They are looking to stay in the top 10.
They're not far ahead of Sick Room, are they? I mean, they need to. That gap says 9 minutes, but it's actually only 2 minutes, I believe.
Yeah.
Because the gap is only 1 lap, so they do need to do the remaining laps. They need to get to the checkered flag in order to keep that 10th place. But as I mean, they should be all right. They'd need to be losing 20 seconds a lap, and judging by this, that car doesn't look too bad. He should still be, you know, within 10 seconds a lap of the pace, I think.
Let's hope that the engine holds, as per usual. Lot of cars missing the bonnet, as we have the Lemon wall banger in for presumably their final stop. They last stopped on lap wrong, lap 557.
A strange one to be pitting 12 minutes before, in fact 8 minutes before the end of the race, so a bit of miscalculation possibly there in the strategies, but won't lose the place. 14 minutes ahead of 5th place, car 23, so just obviously probably ensuring that they've got enough fuel to get to the end of the race, which is probably wise, because the last thing you want to do is run out of fuel on the last lap of a 24-hour race. That would be a bit demoralising.
By the way, Andy, just a heads up that I think you might be looking at the slightly incorrect clock, maybe the in-sim clock instead of the live timing clock. I got 10 minutes to go in this race. I'm just a bit concerned we could have that old feature of pulling the race over with 1 lap to go. Which remarkably, I was looking at just a random Formula 1 stat the other time. That's happened twice in Formula 1 in the last 15 years. That they've waved the checker flag a lap early, which is pretty bad. I'm just making sure we don't make that mistake tonight. Still 10 minutes to go in this race.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at it now, so the elapsed time is 23 hours and 53 minutes, and obviously ours is 23:50, so yeah, 3 minutes difference. That's a bit strange. Why
That'll be the gridding.
The
Yeah,
gridding, there we go.
Yeah, classic.
See, every day is a school day when you're in a commentary session with Sam.
Exactly.
We will see this time, thankfully, we have this new feature finally iRacing added recently. We can see, even as spectators, our friend Barney waving the flag when it will be when it will be the last lap. By the way, let's remember that the finish line is on the F1 pit straight. But remember, we started down the hill.
That confused me a little bit at the start when I was watching the start. I thought, why are they not going yet? And then I realised, obviously, it was the endurance pit start down the bottom of the hill going to Rouge, and I was like, okay, that threw me a little bit.
That's probably like the biggest shock of the race, honestly, for myself, the fact that no one messed that up. As you say, you know, it's very deceiving. You always think around this circuit that you go on the GP pit straight. I did say to Jess just before the race starts, I mean, you know, keep your eyes out, because someone's gonna go coming out of the chicane and feel like, oh, hang on, no one's going. I'm gonna move up to first position and probably wipe out 10 cars on their way. But everyone was so well behaved. Everyone got the memo, went nice and slow up to La Source, and we had a fairly clean race start. Honestly, it was a big surprise.
Yeah, definitely. Probably why that start line was actually chosen, because obviously in the normal iRacing, if you race around Spa, you always get people trying to yeet up on that first corner around the source, and obviously having a full run at Rouge and Radion normally brings some incidents with cars going 2x2 in there, but having that starting line halfway down the straight to Eau Rouge was probably a wise decision from iRacing to limit the amount of accidents that could possibly have occurred going up Eau Rouge and Reading.
It's also a close battle just happening right at the end here, not concerning either the one boys' cars. But there's only 10 seconds between 6th and 7th, Marvellous Pink Panther Racing and DSRT Mascots. The gap on that last lap came down by 2 seconds. You can see how it's consistently coming down by that margin. And I think they're going to run out of laps, honestly, DSRT, but it keeps going like that. The gap's going to be down to probably 2 or 3 seconds by the end of the race.
Oh dear. Of course, the 92 need to be careful. There is no rush to rejoin. They have a million laps over P25. Hopefully the car is okay. Let's catch a replay.
Is that without Peel, or is that going in? No.
I've had issues around this corner already, I think, as the maybe in the 91 previously, I'm not quite sure, but little hits against the wall. Not too bad.
Easy mistake to make on that corner if you go into it too hot and try and get on that acceleration a little bit too early. It can spit you out of that corner. So a common mistake obviously made by a lot of iRacers, and obviously we'll forgive the 92 car coming into the tail end of this 24-hour race. So looks like no real damage was done to the car, so at least they can remain and obviously finish the car going over the line, which is what every team wants at the end of a 24-hour race.
That came down by another 3 seconds. That's what Sauer needs in order to catch by the end of the race. Wow. It's going to be close. Now this is, you know, I go through the entire race being really dull and saying, think of the percentages, think of, you know, the worst case scenario. They can't finish any lower than this. They've got 5 laps to team choke, so go for it, flat out, leave nothing on the table, and try to get what would be a very satisfying 6th position for either of these teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? 24 hours of racing on the track and coming into the last 5 minutes, and you are only 6 seconds behind the car in front with and gaining time. Yeah, that's certainly got to be satisfying. As we see the 91 car coming around the last corner, coming on the start-finish straight, taking it nice and easy like he should do. He's got plenty of time over behind first place, and plenty of time over third place, 3 minutes and 48 seconds. So no real stupid moves need to be done. Can just enjoy these last couple of laps that he's got going on, and yeah, should be satisfied with the results. Like you said, in Daytona they finished 10th. Nürburgring, I think they finished 5th or 4th, and this race they're finishing 2nd. So certainly progression through the 3 endurance races that the One Boy Story team has been in this car, in this 91. 92, bit of a different story. In this one, there's sort of a war of attrition that they've had. Plenty of issues that probably get talked about in the post-race meeting that they'll probably have with Gustav, and just realise where they went wrong, what they did wrong, learn from it. But I'm sure that they will come back stronger in the next endurance race, whichever one they decide to do.
It'll be quite a nice, satisfying final lap for them, because they're going to be one of the last cars to cross the line. The race leader is just behind them on circuit, maybe 15 seconds behind on circuit. Did it blow up? I think it's blown up, and that is unfortunate for Michael Ty, because that actually drops E-Team Brit down 2 positions behind Sick Room Racing Mertzel, and also Car and Gas Puon, which the 91 car was, or the 92 car I think, was battling in the very early stages. And I think they're going to be overtaken by Sendit as well in 13th position, because they've only got 1 more lap to make up. I assume that will be the end for E-Team Brit. So very disappointing way for their race to end. Too much damage seemingly, and a lot of issues since they've tried to get out of the pits. As the race leader is about to start his last lap, that means that Kirill Bachelin has got 2 more laps to go in this race. Got plenty of gap over Donkey Bop Racing, So yeah, they concede a good lap and a half margin still.
We should see Barney in a second. Look for him on the right-hand side of the screen. I think he's sitting on the grandstand side here in Spa. Come on, Barney. No,
I didn't see him, but
He's having a rest, I think.
do you see him, Mark? Okay, maybe
No.
our graphics send up.
no,
missing.
he is gone missing indeed. But we can tell you this is the final lap of the race, for sure. For the leader,
Yeah.
but 91 is basically still has this lap and one more to go.
It's been a fun 24 hours, but we don't really want any more of it. I mean, if the race could end at the 24 hours rather than continue for another 6, then I think we'd all be very happy, as with the drivers. Remco Sarah may want a couple more laps because it's down to 2.8 seconds now. Is that gap for 6th and 7th positions, and they are behind the race leader. So this is their last lap. So I don't think Sarah's going to make it. If he had one more lap, I'm almost certain he'd be able to overtake at the chicane. But I think he's going to run out of time. Here it is. Gap coming down by another 2.5 seconds on that last lap. And the gap is at 2.5 seconds. Now a bit of traffic as well for Marvellous Pink Panther Racing. But I think they should just need to keep it on circuit in order to take home that 6th position.
Bit ahead of myself there. I thought he was spinning going around that corner. It looked very tight line into that. So he's got to be aware that the number 7 plates car 27 is right behind him now. So he'll be feeling the pressure on this last lap, where a lot of the other cars won't be and just enjoying their last lap. He'll certainly be trying to push it to the line. 1.7 seconds at the moment, but I think you're right, Sam. I think, unfortunately, if there was another lap, that would have been it. He would have got it done, but he might get out on that. As we watch here, the number 9 car of No Emissions Motorsports coming over the line to take the win in the 24-hour Spa race. There's the other car. Oh, look how close they are now. I wonder if a last ditch into the curves.
Well, I wonder if they're close to the instant limit as well. Do they want to risk it? Half a second is the difference. Come on, go for the dive. Seemingly doing enough at the moment, but there is a bit of distance to the line. Just needs to get the power on. Oh, it's a bit slow for Marvellous Pink Panther Racing. They're going to be all right though. 0.3 of a second. 0.28 at the line. Wow, that's after 24 hours of racing. The next car to cross the line, at least in which we care about, is the 92 Boy Story Racing Team car, which has had such a turbulent race. There's several moments where they could have quit, but they have been super resilient. They've got through the attrition, and they are going to take the checkered flag. 100 odd laps down, but it's still a fantastic effort from One Boy Story Racing Team, Altus LT 92, to finish in 24th position in the end. But honestly, finishing was the real achievement there, because they went through at least one engine, they went through many suspensions, and that body panels have been hit 1,000 times by several mallets, I'm sure, but they have got to the end of the race. Congratulations to them.
As we watch here, car 91 coming on around his last lap, just Blanchimont and the chicane to manoeuvre, so don't need to be thinking, just enjoy this moment. P2 after, again, Sam, they've certainly been in the wars themselves. A couple of incidents, a couple of close calls, a couple of incidents that possibly normally would be taking somebody out of the race. It's kept with it, and they've managed to secure probably where they were hoping to get in the top 3. They've got P2 at the end of 24 hours in Spa, so well done to the One Boy Story Racing Team by Altus Limited 91 cars. Well done, guys. Great race.
their best ever result in a special event. We're not too sure how the other two teams did, to be fair, in the other splits. But, well, I doubt they did as well as the car number 2, which, well, had a chance at the race win, but so many other teams will be thinking that the most important thing was they avoided any huge incidents. Really, that crash at Eau Rouge with a couple of hours of the race to go, which cost them about 15 minutes in the pits, was the biggest problem that they had. But they were still superb. Now, I hope we get some donuts here. But or some photo ops here between the two teams, and I think that's what they're going to go for. So they decided to put the 91 car at La Source and wait for the 92 to do this. That they've got plenty of time to do this, I believe. iRacing gives you plenty of time after the checkered flag, probably at least yes, 14 minutes until all the cars will be put back to the pits. So. Enjoy this time, guys. Yeah, get some photos of these cars and yeah, burn whatever fuel is remaining in the tanks.
No photos because the 91 has towed back to the pits.
Oh dear.
What would be good if we could get some of them in? I thought it'd be good if we can get some of the drivers into the commentary box just to see how it went for them, but we'll give them a little time to see if that happens. But no, it'd be great, or even up to yourself, to Gustas, if you could come and join us just to give us an overall result on everybody within the race. So open invite there, guys, if you fancy coming in to have a word on stream.
There's the results. Big disparity between the teams. You got 100, 200, 300, 500 laps down for CGB, and we're only at 38th position right there. So, I mean, we're going to be going further here. 5, 6, 9 there for 48th place. We completed, in the end, 584 laps. So you can see that the teams at the bottom there didn't take the starts. I thought it was 5 of them. It was just 4 of them, in fact, who I think messed up the sign-up process. So filled up a few grid spots, which were never used, but still 50-odd cars and just underlined. Both cars in the top half, and one of them in the top 25th, I guess, finishing in second position up there. So a great effort from both teams there, and I'm quite interested actually, Andy. It's how the other teams did in the other splits, because well, I think we saw all the drivers from both teams today have been very evenly matched. And so, I mean, if any of the 4 teams that were entered into this event had a clean run, whatever split they're in, I think would have a chance at the race win. So, yeah, I don't know if there's been greater success out of this split, but some decent success for the 2 teams we saw today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's been a great, and it's been a privilege to be a part of the commentating team for this. Obviously, when it was first announced that we were getting the opportunity to do a 24-hour race, I jumped at the chance thinking, it's something new. I've never done it before, and to be honest, I thoroughly enjoyed it. wasn't too. I wasn't expecting a lot. To be fair, I was thinking, well, there's going to be a lot of occasions where not a lot's going to be going on, so how are we going to fill the gaps? But I think as a team, we've done a sterling jobs ourselves, and the racing on track has been really good. There's always been something to discuss. So, car 91 obviously coming out on top between 91 and 92. But I'm going to take nothing away from car 92. The dedication to keep going right to the bitter end. They should certainly take that away and be very proud of what they've done today.
It's been, as Andy was saying, Marco, it's been a pretty unique stream. Yeah, we'll do some more of these 24-hour races, or at least do some more endurance races. Of course, it's not necessarily the easiest thing to do, but it's been cool to have the whole team on board with this one, because pretty much anyone who put their hand up was able to commentate, and some of us for 10 odd hours. Yourself, Marco, broadcasting for about 10 hours, I think, as well. So no, it's been pretty immense. Really, never been involved in something like this at Apex Racing TV in the past.
Yeah, I think is the one thing we were missing, if I'm not mistaken. Don't remember us covering a 24-hour race. Certainly not since I joined a few years ago. So that's another one off the list. And it was very, very, very nice, as I was saying, to join a lot of people. People have been complaining recently that me and you, Sam, haven't done a lot of stuff together. We gave them almost, I think, 8 hours together, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see, 3, 5, 6, 8 hours together. Yes, hopefully we gave them the content the people wanted. So and as per usual, one thing I get after all of this, as I never started the Twitch stream for the final 6 hours. Congratulations, Marco. Of course, there must be something that goes wrong. This moment makes me think about, because unbelievably, we have more stuff coming up. And actually, we have tonight 2 events running at the same time, basically. The Weekend Warriors, that will be at 19:55 GMT from Brands Hatch, the Spec Racers. And of course, at 8:25 GMT, the IGP Fan VRS series, which I will be on commentary for. Guess where? From Spa, of course, with myself and Austin. And then later, we will have, that will be at midnight 15 GMT, the XSLR GT3 series from Interlagos. This, of course, will be later at night, and then tomorrow we start again with the Mazda Cup and all that nice stuff. So I think we are good to call this a day, quite literally. So I will leave it to you guys. Thanks very much for watching and joining us. And yes, the microphone back to Sam and Andri.
Yeah, what a terrific event it has been. Thanks for tuning in throughout the event. Of course, if you're watching on Apex Racing TV and thinking, what on earth is this? We don't usually do streams this long. Often our races only last 15 minutes. In fact, most of our races really last less than an hour. That's really as long as the broadcast goes. So this was quite a unique experience for us on Apex Racing TV to be doing the whole 24 hours of this Spa 24 event. So do subscribe though to Apex Racing TV, because there's 20 odd streams going on every single week in a variety of cars. GT3 cars are one of the most popular cars in this on this channel, so do make sure to like and subscribe in order to catch more action in those machines. And we also have our Twitch channel as well, so if you go to twitch.tv/Apex Racing TV, you can get yourself followed on that platform and watch the streams over there if you want. You can also check out our social media as well on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, where we're constantly posting highlights of each of our events and updates about what's going on Apex Racing TV. Also, quick shout out to Apex Racing League, who host many fantastic championships on iRacing, mainly aimed at European audiences. So European evenings are all those events on every single day of the week. But everyone is welcome to join as well. So wherever you are in the world, do make sure to check out apexracingleague.com and have a browse of all of our series featuring GT3 cars, GTE cars, touring cars, NASCAR, single seaters, Mazdas, absolutely everything. So do check out that. And also big thanks to Virtual Racing School, to SDK Gaming and to Apex Racing Academy. Apex Racing Academy and Virtual Racing School, two of the best driver tuition softwares and bases over on iRacing. So do sign up to either of them or both of them if you're going to improve on iRacing. And also thanks to SDK Gaming, who provide our amazing overlay, which was particularly useful in today's stream to deliver you quick instant information about what is going on out on circuit. Huge thanks to One Boy's Story Racing team for inviting us to broadcast this stream. It's been absolutely huge fun, and congratulations to all the participants in both the 91 and the 92 car, along with of course all the other participants in the other teams, and yeah, any participants for this splits, and anyone else who took part in the Spa 24 hours, because well, it is a proper challenge underlined by this broadcast that we've seen today. And finally, massive thanks to everyone who has helped out on this stream. I'm not going to go through the names because I will miss one or two people, and I'm sure they'll get deeply offended. So yeah, thanks to the 5 broadcasters I think we've had, and the probably 6 or 7 commentators we've had as well to pull off this extraordinary stream we've had on Apex Racing TV. For the past few hours, it's been myself, Andrew Thompson, and Marco Barbonet, and we are, for the final time in this 24-hour stream, going to say goodbye to you. And once again, congratulations to One Boy Story Racing team finishing in 2nd and 24th in this Spa 24 hours. Hope to see you back very soon.